Hello everyone, and welcome to my documentary, Boots on the Ground. I started this documentary for a multitude of reasons. The first reason is as a promise to my son. I had a little boy 17 years ago who passed away, and he was born premature. He was here for 5 weeks, and unfortunately he passed away. After he passed away, I was able to hold him into my arms, and I promised him I'd do all I could to try and help the world. And I feel like I haven't kept that promise until this year. On May 2nd, I started this YouTube channel, and I released a book, and I made a pledge to try and release a video a day of positivity and do all I can to just try and help make the world better and do something positive in some kind of way. And that's the driving force behind all of this and why I'm doing this. It's just I'm trying to create some positivity, and I'm trying to keep my promise to my son. So that's the foundation of why I'm doing this. And from there, after the hurricanes hit in North Carolina, I just watched all those people struggling with everything they had going on. It was just terribly heartbreaking, and I knew they needed help, so I wanted to go out there and help them. And I did all I could to get out there and get to helping them. I also knew that there was a lot of conflicting information with everything going on, and I wanted to get to the bottom of it and put my boots on the ground and see what was really happening. You know, the news media and stuff, they always have an agenda. And it seems like there's always an agenda. Everybody always has an agenda. Even me, my agenda is to try and help the world. You know, we all got our own agenda. So what I wanted to do was tell the full story in depth as you could possibly get it from the people there living it, whether it's the people that lived through it or the people that were there volunteering. I wanted to hear their stories. I didn't want to put my input in or try to sway public opinion or just try and manipulate everything to fit my agenda. I wanted to just tell the whole in-depth, uncut story and go way in depth. And that's what this documentary is. This is the most in-depth story you're ever going to hear, especially when it comes to North Carolina and everything that happened out there. This is boots on the ground from the people that are living it, and they're in the middle of it. This is the truest form of media you could possibly find. And like I said, I'm trying to be honest, and I'm just trying to help the world, and I'm trying to tell the people's story full and in depth. And that's all I'm trying to do. This isn't about views or politics or anything like that. It's just simply about trying to help the world and find solutions to help these people and to help people in future disasters. It seems like a lot of these problems are common problems that reoccur. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to try and help the world. And that's all I'm doing. After I went out there and did these interviews and did all this stuff, I documented everything I did. I was there for a month. I was there 1 month after it happened. It happened September 27th. I got there October 27th, and I was there till November 27th. So I document my process that I was there for a whole month. You can go check that out in previous videos. And these interviews, I did 3 of them during my time there in the month, I guess 4 of them, and then the last 12 I did in the last 2 days I was there. And after I did it, I came home, and there was just a lot of hard stuff to work through all that. Being out there, there's a lot of emotions and a lot of hard stuff. When you see it's hard. At first, you're just kind of mesmerized by it all, but then after it really sinks in, it kind of puts you into depression, and there's a lot of emotions that you got to go with. And then just seeing all those people and all that stuff, I mean, there's a thing they call survivor's guilt, and I don't know if I was experiencing that to the extent of some people, because I know there's some people that are probably really struggling that had to see it and have had a lot of things, and it's hard to go through all your emotions and all your stuff. And it kind of locks me in a bubble, and I've been really hesitant to post all this because I watch the world fight and make it all political and make it all ugly, and I just don't want it to do that. I want to stay positive, and I want people to focus on the positives in this story. Even though it was terrible, and it was such a terrible disaster to witness, and so many lives were lost and so much destruction, there was such a beautiful silver lining to that story, because you would see the best of humankind and the best of mankind, and people would put their arms around each other and just lift their brothers and sisters up, and we worked with everything we had to just try and help. And it didn't matter politics, skin color, religion, none of that mattered. All that mattered is that we were trying to help those people. And it gives you a little bit of different perspective. And it was really just one of the most beautiful things I've witnessed in my life. I've never done anything like this before. I've never went out and helped. I've never seen anything, and it's really hard to witness, but at the same time it's beautiful, and it just gives you a whole different perspective on life. And from there, I came home, and I felt guilty. I felt like I needed to get back out there, and it still weighs on me. I always want to help these people and do more, and I kind of like shunned myself off from the world, and I let it overwhelm me. And I couldn't even talk to the people that have been out there. I made a lot of friends out there, and they've tried to contact me, and I have so much guilt with not publishing these videos, and so everything going on, I haven't been able to get to it and even respond to them. And so there's been a lot that I've had to work through to get to this point to post this. But at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is create positivity, and all I'm trying to do is create solutions. I spent my time at a little camp called Camp Miller, and it was in Pensacola, North Carolina, just a small town back out in the mountains. It was way down this road. There was really only 2 roads to get in and out, and both roads got completely annihilated and washed away. So this town was basically cut off from society. And the destruction that they had to witness was just absolutely immense. Between the flooding and the landslides were a major problem, where the oversaturation of water came down and just washed away the hillsides. And it's a terrifying thing to think about, the land just washing away and washing away your home and everything. And it was a really a lot to witness and see. And the volunteers that were out there were just amazing people, and it was just an amazing, incredible story. But some people made mistakes. No one in this world is perfect, and nobody's flawless. And out of the hundreds and hundreds of people that I saw go in and out of there, there's maybe four people that made mistakes. Out of hundreds, maybe probably more like thousands. Just out of that camp, because I was there for a month, but there were people there before for a month, and there were people there after. When I left, they moved the camp, and from there I heard it kind of deteriorated a little bit. And I think that's the process that all these disasters go through. At first, there's people that come in, and then towards the end it just kind of dissipates, and that's just the cycle that everything goes through. And I can't speak for any of that. All I can speak for is what I saw with my own 2 eyes. And that's what this all boils down to, is that on the media and everybody out there, everybody has an opinion, and the media always has an opinion, and they always try to control the narrative. But putting your own 2 eyes on it and living it in the middle of it is what I did. And this is my story from the middle of it. And this is the people's story. And you can focus on the negative and the couple people that made mistakes. And yes, there are people out there who are exploiting the way things are. And there are people who say that they'll give donations to the people, and then they put it in their pocket. And that's a thing that happens. And then there's also people out there that say, oh, we need help and we need donations, and they really don't. They put the money in their pocket. And so that happens on both sides. And yes, mistakes were made out there, like I said. But out of the hundreds and thousands, there's so many people out there that need help, and so many people that are struggling. The percentage that are swindlers or con artists is insignificant. It's less than 1%, except that's what the stuff that gets focused on. For some reason, society seems to focus on the negative. So, people want to focus on the couple people that may have messed up or that did bad things. But out of that, there was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that just came and put their whole heart and soul and gave up their lives and their livelihood and everything, and put their whole lives on hold, and came out and worked as hard as they could to help the people there. And it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's what I want to focus on. I don't want to focus on the hate and the division and the fighting and all the negatives and the small little insignificant fraction of problems there are. No, I want to focus on the positives and the good things and the bigger picture, and striving toward the good and striving towards solutions, because that's what we have to do, is strive for solutions in all of this. And the more solutions we can come up with, the better off we'll be. So at the end of the day, all I'm trying to find are solutions. And I welcome everyone to please work with me to come up with the best solutions we possibly can. Me personally, after doing all volunteering for a month, the best solution that I can come up with was a web page or any kind of media page that connects the people in need directly to the volunteers, because I saw a lot of volunteers go out there and it wasn't organized and they weren't able to donate their time efficiently, and they would go out there and they would have to just spend a lot of time trying to find work and stuff like that, and that's time that could have been spent helping people. Same thing with financial. You never know if your financial donations are going straight to the people, but if you can donate it right to the people themselves that need it, then you know where it's going. And once again, on the flip point of that, social media and stuff like that, if you give somebody a donation and you can respond and keep it all out in the open, then people know that they've already been taken care of. So that eliminates the ability for people to swindle the system and get more donations than they need. And so I think it's the best of all worlds, and it will directly link those volunteers that want to help people to those people that desperately need help. And that's the best solution that I can come up with. Any other solutions along this journey that anybody has, please share them. I would love to hear them. I did this as a promise to my son to try and help the world, and that's just all I'm after. That's all I'm trying to do, is just keep my promise to my son and try and create positivity in this world. And I wanted to help the people massively. That was my driving factor. There was something in my heart that just screamed that I needed to go help them. And from there, I wanted to tell the true story and cut through all the BS and cut through all the propaganda and just let the people really tell the true in-depth story. And that's what this is the true in-depth, as far as you can go story of boots on the ground in North Carolina. I literally put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this. I can't tell you guys how much it means to me for you guys to watch this video. And it's been a lot of pressure to finally release this, but I've finally dug through and made it happen. I appreciate everybody for watching it and for following along. The videos get a little better as I go. I did it a little better with the editing and was able to learn as I went. So just try and follow along, and remember, each person has their own perspective. That's what this is about, is getting each person's perspective from what they saw. We've all seen different things in life, and we all have different views. And I think if we all believe the same thing, this world would be pretty boring. And I know for darn sure we've all seen different things, and some of the people had to witness some terrible things out there, and there's some hard stories. And I've done some of the hardest interviews I've ever done in my life here, and it's a lot to take in, but it's the whole story to the fullest. Please, I beg everyone to please keep this positive and not turn it into some negative fight or anything like that. And above all, please stay positive with these people and don't say anything bad about them. Let's work to lift each other up, not drag each other down. The world needs love and compassion now more than ever. Let's put our arms around each other and share a little love and try and create peace in this world. We can do it. We just have to try. So this first interview is with an extremely kind third grade teacher. Her and her third grade students made the most awesome blankets you've ever seen for all the hurricane victims out there in North Carolina. And she drove all the way from Minnesota with an entire van load. I want to sincerely thank her for all the care and compassion and for working so hard to install such wonderful morals into the next generation. All right, so I'm doing an interview here with a kind young lady who brought a bunch of blankets. Well, you go ahead. I'm not going to tell your story. What was your name? What was your name, dear?
My name is Sarah.
Sarah. Yeah. So it's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I am a third grade school teacher back in the lovely state of Minnesota.
Awesome.
My third graders and I were tracking Hurricane Helene from when it formed to when it hit and after. So they've seen the damage. They've seen what people have gone through, and it really affected us, even though it's not in our backyard. So I took the time to kind of teach them that, if it's not happening in your backyard doesn't mean it's not happening at all. There's people that need things, and we need to support our community even if it's not within a mile of us. So we spent the last 2 weeks tying these blankets together. We have some lovely notes written by my third graders as well.
Aww.
And they put their hearts and souls into these blankets, knowing that people are going to enjoy them and keep using them to make themselves nice and warm and toasty when it gets cold out there.
That is the most beautiful thing ever. You're teaching your kids such good morals and such good heart, and it's just, thank you so much.
Well,
that's a beautiful thing.
My job as an educator, not just to teach curriculum, but to teach love and care.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Do you care if I look at some of the blankets?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, this is so amazing. So they all built these with their little hands?
With their little third grade
hands.
Yeah.
Their little third grade hands. Oh.
I think I got got a couple of my favorite ones out here. I really like this bumblebee.
Aww.
I have a cow one up there as well. I have this cow one. I'm a lover of cows. We call them moo cows at school. I got a couple funny ones too, I think. Here's this, and I'll grab this
See, I'm 43 years old and I still don't know how to make a blanket. So yeah, you've already got them more advanced than me. Oh, that's a fun one.
This one's pretty
Oh,
cute.
that's so
burgers,
cool.
hot dogs, fries, and donuts.
Oh, and they're gonna brighten people's days, knowing that it was made by third graders with their own little hands. And just, it's beautiful.
It's great to just, you know, I don't know anybody in this area, but it doesn't matter if you know a person or not. If you know that they're in need and you know that they're struggling, help. I mean, anything helps. Even like a short message to someone who's posted about it. You know, pray for them. Try and give them as much of support as you can. I mean, you don't have to go all out and, you know, drive all the way down like I did. But anything that helps. You know, people really need that support and uplifting spirit from a person who might not be there, but wants to make a difference. It helps. I've seen it already today in the faces of people that have come through. Their faces when they come in, it just looks like they've been through so much. And when they get these blankets, it reminds me why we did it. Their faces light up. They get so excited. They're proud to have something that's nice, and we're just trying to make a little bit of a difference. That's all.
It's such a beautiful story, and that's such a kind, caring thing. And thank you so much for doing all that you're doing. Thank you. That is so beautiful. And I appreciate your time.
Of course, absolutely.
And just, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Of course, God bless you.
I appreciate the interview. Thank you. So this next interview was with a gentleman named Heiko. He was a local there who lived up on the top of the mountain. He was an extremely hard worker, and he worked tirelessly to help put that community back together. He was constantly running his heavy equipment to help out the community, and he was super intelligent and knew a lot about just about everything. I was able to help him repair a bridge there so his neighbors could have access to their homes. I got a lot of respect for this man for his work ethic, his intelligence, and his kind and compassionate nature. I can't thank him enough for letting me work with him and for all he did for his community. He was truly a great man. Hey, I'm interviewing, what was your name, sir?
Heiko Barron.
Heiko, yes, sir. I'm interviewing Heiko. He has a house up here on the mountain in Pensacola still?
This is backside of Winter Star Mountain, and it's Pensacola, township of Pensacola in the, I would call it city of Burnsville, but
right.
Burnsville.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In Yancey County.
Yes, sir. And I know you've had to witness a lot, and you've had to go through a lot, and I'm so sorry you've had to go through all this, man.
It's just part of it.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's just part of living here. Just like when you live at the coast, there's a chance a hurricane's going to come.
Right.
And I've lived at the coast for probably about 15 years, so I went through a lot of hurricanes. And when Sue and I moved up here, you know, we knew it wouldn't be blue skies and sunshine every day, so we prepared. You know, some people called us preppers. I just was being smart, you know.
I think so too. I'm a prepper as well, yeah.
I'm an Eagle Scout, and the motto is be prepared, and we pretty much were.
Yeah.
I mean, food, water, generators, we're just,
So you're ready for this, and then
yeah.
Well, to an extent, I mean, you can't be ready for this.
As much as you can be.
Yeah.
You know, as much as you can be. We really expected things nationwide to have a shit storm, but sorry.
No, it's all right. I don't care. I cuss on it all the time. No worries, man.
But you know, we just got hammered locally. I know there's some really weird things that happened with the storm that normally don't happen, but you know, that's for other people and another day to figure out. We're just dealing with it and picking up the pieces.
Yeah.
You know, that's one thing I love about this area, especially in Yancey County and the people of Appalachia, is we're not going to wait for the government to fix things for us. You know, if it's broken, we fix it. If it needs, you know, something needs doing, we do it. We're not going to sit there with our hand open and say, hey, you know, Mr. President, help us. You know, we'll appreciate the help, appreciate everything, and another thing I want to say is the outpouring of donations to this area, and people such as yourself. You came from Missouri. I mean, I've talked to people from Michigan, from Oregon, just everywhere.
Yeah.
They're just,
It's a beautiful thing, and everybody just seems to have dug in and just dug in and pushed back.
Yeah. And you know, and a lot of people want to heap praises, and you know, the biblical concept of the body of Christ is really what you're seeing in action right here. You know, because the left foot doesn't praise the right foot because it took a step. Well, it took a step because that's what the right foot does.
Right.
You know, the left hand doesn't lift up the right hand for praises because it was able to pick up a cup of coffee. No, because that's what the right hand does. Just like me, I'm a builder. This is what I do. I mean, I'm operating in my spiritual gifts of service and giving, and this was not work for me. This is like breathing to me.
Wow.
Is it physically demanding? Absolutely. Now, some of the neighbors that came and helped, they're not used to this stuff, and it was work for them. But that's okay. You know, Mark across the creek here, he's an engineer. He's been around here looking at other bridges and houses and stuff like that. You know, that's his gift.
Right.
You know, your gift is hard work and construction, and you're good at it. You sleep great at night, I'm sure.
I did. I slept phenomenal last night.
Exactly.
I did. Yeah.
So, you know,
Yep.
and that's what Jesus meant when he talked about, you know, he's the head and we're the body. You know, we all, you know, and no part of the body is of less value and less worth than the other part.
Yeah.
So,
It's a beautiful thing to just witness everybody coming together and just working together as a team, and just all strangers and all chaos and just making things happen. It's a beautiful
absolutely.
thing.
And
it really
honestly,
is.
as a believer in Christ, I feel honored, because the way I look at this storm and most tragedies that happen in life is that that's God's way of honoring us as individuals, as his children, to allow us to see what we really believe. Because it's real easy with blue skies and sunshine to, you know, praise God and I have faith and all that. But when you're under pressure, under duress,
Right.
are you still praising God? You know, are you still walking with a smile on your face and helping others? Again, look at yourself. You know, you're the example.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help out, and I'm just doing all I can because I know you guys are just in distress here, and I'm looking at what you have done, and I'm going to show everybody what he's done. Look at what this man has done. He has this bridge that fell in front of his house here, and he has went down there and got it all pinned up. I'm going to include some pictures and stuff. How long do you think you've been working on this?
We started Saturday at 10, Saturday morning.
Saturday?
Yeah. And we finished yesterday at 3.
Wow.
And then fixed pizza.
How much did you have to bring it up?
We brought, the concrete abutment was down on the ground, so there it came up 2 feet, and here like 3.5, 4 feet.
Wow. And you said you think that bridge weighs about 40?
Probably about 40 ton.
40 ton? Because you had 50 ton jacks on it,
Yeah,
or
one
whatever.
50-ton jack would lift the whole thing, but it had to work.
And so you've done this quite a bit before, and lifting houses and stuff, or you said?
I level houses around here that that
Right.
need leveling, and you know, there's the ton. I mean, there's the jacks, and
Wow. Yeah, it's quite the adventure. Getting ready to pour a bunch of concrete in there and try and get this road going back to open right now. But it's just, this is literally right in your front yard, and you're just doing it yourself and trying to help the neighborhood. And so that's
definitely our front yard.
Yeah, and it's just trying to get hands to come help do this. So yeah, it's just a bunch of work, and there's a little bit of rain coming, so we're trying to decide if we want to do concrete before. Or, there was 80. What did we have up here? 5.5 pallets of.
5.5 pallets. It's about 5 cubic yards.
Yeah.
So,
And just a bunch of volunteer Marines came up here yesterday.
9
20
Marines came up, and they brought it up here half a pallet at a time in the back of the truck. And,
Right. Yeah.
You know, but the key thing to get out of this is to, I am no one of any consequence. Nobody here is of any consequence. We're just all part of a body,
Right.
and we're doing what needs doing.
Right.
That's it.
Is there anything that you think that people could do to help? That would, I know it's hard. Just from my point of view too, you know, it's always hard asking for help. I'm not like that, but you guys need help, man. And is there anything that people, anybody seeing this could do to help you guys?
I mean, this piece of equipment right here is a lifesaver to me. I bought that used. It was beat up, terrible, but hats off to John Deere, because I feel like this is a tough machine.
Right.
It's most of the linkages are gone on it, and it rattles and it
Right.
squeaks, but this does my heavy lifting.
Right.
Because I bought this thing when I was 60, so 5 years ago.
Right.
And because I knew as I get older, I can't pick up boulders anymore.
Right.
There's so much I physically can't do anymore.
Right.
So I get equipment to do it. Just, work
Right.
smarter than harder.
Right.
When I was your age, pick it up.
Don't let me fool you. I've slowed down a lot. I'm 43 now, but when in my 20s, I was definitely a lot. 20s and 30s. I've tried to be a little smarter, not harder now.
Be smarter earlier, because when I was in my 20s, I was 6'3", and now I'm barely 6 foot.
How's that?
Just compression of your discs. And
wow.
Yeah.
Lifting all that weight.
Wow,
that's crazy.
That's the result of hard physical labor. Yeah.
Oh man.
But so be smart. Be smart with your body.
Yeah.
Because it's the only one you got.
Right. Well, yeah. Is there anything else that any message or anything you want to try and tell people out there?
Just thank you to everybody that has helped. Thank you to everybody that has come and donated and just everything.
Yeah.
And just remember, this is not the last storm.
Yeah.
There's going to be more storms. There's more hurricanes and tornadoes, but we have to be resilient. Right. Because it ain't stopping.
Yeah. Mentioning which, we got one coming tonight, possibly. So it's going to be the first one.
Oh, really? Another one?
Or well, that's what you said, right? There's a
that
little bit of rain coming.
Front come through. Yeah, but I think there's a tropical storm or hurricane coming in the Gulf too, and who knows where that's going to go.
Oh man.
But
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll be all right. We've shown to push back. It's just it's a lot to take in from coming here, and I know it's a lot for you too. So I'm sorry you've had to witness, and I'm glad I could help in any way, shape, or form. And it seems like we just, more than anything, we just need helpers to try and come out here, and the hands-on, it seems like, is essential. Just from what I'm seeing around town, a lot of people need a lot of help. So,
Josh, just remember Romans 8:28. All things work together for good for those who are, children of God, loved by God, and called for this purpose. And paraphrasing that, nothing will enter the life of a child of God unless it first passed through His will, and it is allowed by Him. Because if He knew this storm was coming, which He did, and it was not part of His will, and He wouldn't allow it, it wouldn't have hit here. So it's okay. Right. Just remember Romans 8:28. That's my main primary verse I operate from, because
you just let it go and just do what you can.
Yeah. Like water off a duck's back. On the surface, I'm smooth. Underneath, my feet are going 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, man, you got me fooled. You just seem calm and cool under pressure, and the thought of lifting up that bridge and doing that is just absolutely amazing to me. And everything you're doing is amazing to me. And man, it's a pleasure meeting you and talking to you.
It's my pleasure.
I cannot. You're
the hero.
No way. No.
You and people like you. Absolutely. We live here.
No,
this is our responsibility. This is not yours. You choose to be here.
Oh, I'm just trying to help out, man.
No.
I empathize, and I try to put myself in other people's shoes, and if this happened in my community, I would wish for help from anyone that could. So.
Well, hats off to you. Kudos to you guys.
No worries, man. I'm glad to help. Thank you so much, man, and I appreciate the interview. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. This next interview is with a young man who was trapped up on the mountain. He was up there camping, and then the storm hit, and he was trapped where he was at. His story of getting out of there was pretty incredible. After the storm, he decided to stick around and help out, and me and him worked on a couple different projects together. I also thought his rig was pretty cool, so I wanted to get an interview and get the information on how he built it. I greatly appreciate him for sticking around and for all the hard work he put in helping the people there at Pensacola. I'm out here in North Carolina, and just talking to this gentleman. What's that?
Glenn McGarth.
Glenn, I'm Josh Butterfield. Good to meet you, bud. Good to meet you. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you taking the time here. I was just admiring your setup. You got a little self-sufficient setup. I'm real into self-sufficiency, and this is about as minimalistic as it gets. I love it. Yeah. Did you build this yourself, or?
This is an order from 4-wheel campers.
Yes, sir.
Took a while to get, and I dumped all my money into it because I keep losing jobs.
Right.
So now I'm just hiking all the trails, losing a lot of weight. I was a big guy. Now
heck yeah.
Pretty good.
Well, that's awesome, man. Do you care if I take a little peek in here?
Go for it.
Awesome. So it's all set up. He has a bed up there that rolls down. And I mean, it's just as minimalistic. Looks like you got a power bank there.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure those have kitchen goods in there. And all the goodies in there. Oh yeah, everything you need.
I am currently working on restoring a rental property that was damaged during the storm, so they let me stay there.
Okay.
So half my stuff is there. This would be a giant jigsaw puzzle, and it takes an hour to set up and set down. That's how much junk I have.
Wow.
But I'm good for anything. I was trapped on a mountain for about almost over a week, and I filtered my own water, plenty of food. I was having a ball.
So you said you were up there and you didn't even know how bad it was? You didn't have internet or anything? You just were kind of trapped where you were? Or?
I checked the weather before I headed up to the mountain, and it said the storm would fizzle out into a tropical storm. Not a problem.
Right.
There's a bunch of pockets up there where there's really no wind. Everything's sheltered, and I know them since I go up there all the time. So I parked there. Truck rocked a lot. I was like, this ain't normal. And the next day, there was a tree on top of a tree on top of a tree, and it was... I figure it would have taken me 6 months to cut my way out with my crappy little chainsaw. Wow. And I would have ran out of chain and bar wheel by then.
Yeah.
So I was living it up, no internet, no clue what was going on for like 7, 8 days. Then I got internet, and I was just watching the helicopters just fly over.
Wow.
Eventually they cut me out. I went to the rental property that I'm helping restore, and some guy came up looking for Knollwood Road, and I was like, oh, it's down there, and he told me about this place, so now I'm splitting my time half and half.
Wow, so you're working and donating and just doing all you can.
Well, beats doing nothing.
Yeah.
I can't be idle. I go nuts.
Yeah, well, that's a beautiful thing, man. I'm sure you've had to witness a lot, and I'm sorry you're having to go through all this, brother.
I have to actually witness. I was on top of a mountain.
Right.
All the horrors were done with by the time I got out.
Wow.
So I'm just helping clean up.
Wow, that's a beautiful thing. I really appreciate all your work, man. You think there's anything anybody could do here to help? I mean, what do you think anybody that's seeing this could do to help? What would be the most beneficial thing you think?
I have no idea.
Right.
We have a mountain of supplies over there. We just need people to deal with people, and no one wants to do that. People would rather get grimy and dirty than be a receptionist.
Right. Yeah. Well, everyone needs every spot needs filled. It's just a matter of trying to fill it. So, man, I know you're busy, so I'm going to let you get back to your time. But I really appreciate the time. Thank you very much, bud. Thank you. And I'm going to check out your truck one more on the side. I love the little Toyota, man. That's an awesome setup, man.
Yeah,
I really dig it.
I wish I would have known what I know now before I got this. I would have spent more money on the suspension.
Really?
Because I had to put cheater springs on this.
Right.
As soon as I loaded my gear, I just hit the bump stocks.
Right.
So, okay.
Maybe airbags? I don't know. That's yeah, right. Right. Well, awesome, man. I really appreciate your time, and it was great talking to you, bud. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Yep.
So I'm trying to do these interviews in order of when I took them. This was roughly about my halfway point through the time I was there. So this was about 6 weeks after the storm happened. And I was at the laundromat down the road. There was a church, and there was a little laundromat set up with a bathroom and shower house and stuff like that. And I think that was brought by FEMA, and that was really the only sign of any government, anything I saw out there personally. But I was just there, and I started talking to Wendy here, and she was sweet and kind enough to give me an interview, and I really cannot tell her how much I appreciate it. We even got to do one of my favorite interviews, which is a philosophy interview I do, and she was also kind enough to share all of her perspectives in philosophy, and lo and behold, she even flipped the camera back on me and interviewed me and got my philosophy views and stuff, and did a little philosophical interview with me, so it was pretty fun. There are 3 other people in this documentary that I'm able to do philosophical interviews with as well. I really love talking philosophy with people, and I greatly appreciate everybody who takes the time to do those interviews with me. Overall, on my page now, I've done 25, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot more in the future. Feel free to scroll through the page and check them all out. I greatly appreciate her for taking the time to do these videos and for talking to us. Thank you very much. All right, so I am out here in Pensacola, North Carolina, and I am with Wendy, and she is just a resident here. And what are your thoughts on everything that's going on around here?
Well, this is a beautiful, special, wonderful place, and I'm from Florida originally, but I grew up here in the summers, and we would come every summer and rent a place for about a month, and got to know the community, loved it, fell in love with it. My dad was a Methodist minister. There were a lot of Methodist ministers in this area, in the Cattail Creek area, and that's how we found it. But yeah, we fell in love with it. Always wanted a place of our own and couldn't afford it. So our grandmother eventually found a little cabin up on Cattail Creek Road and bought it. And then my parents retired there. They actually had to take down the cute little cabin.
Aww.
And they built their retirement home there. And then I'm the third generation. So this is deep, deep in my heart. I love this area. So I was here when the flood came.
Oh, you were here when it happened.
And I was I'm on the creek. I'm right on the creek, so I know the power of water and what it can do. And with the help of a couple of friends who were just demanding that I leave, I went up to the top of the mountain where a friend who wasn't there said, stay at my place, which I'm really glad that I did. And so then we came out on Friday, and everybody just came. We were like mummies. They were just so stunned, and just kind of walking around with our mouths agape. We just couldn't believe what we were seeing. There were mudslides, all kinds of homes that had been destroyed.
Yeah.
So I was there for 4 nights, and then helicoptered out the 5th day, and have been just very grateful for all the help and love and support that has been shown this area, and really all over. It's been amazing.
It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. It's so hard to witness, and I empathize with you guys, and I know that if my community got turned upside down and I couldn't do it all on our own, that we'd want all the help we could get. And it seems like every dark cloud has a silver lining, and the community coming together and everybody just working together as strangers has been a beautiful thing. And it's restored a lot of faith in humanity. But
it does. Absolutely does.
And I empathize with you guys, and I'm so sorry you've had to witness this. But
well, we appreciate you coming.
Is there anything that you could need, or that you would see that would fill in the holes? Anything that you guys are missing or needing?
No, it's overwhelming, and I am definitely one of the luckier ones, even though I have a lot of damage to the erosion of the house underneath, and I'm right on the creek. I'm lucky that my house is still standing, and I have another home in Tallahassee that I usually split time with, so I'm 6 months here, 6 months in Florida. So, but a lot of people up here don't have another home, and this is it, for better or worse, or no home at all. So, I can't imagine what they would be doing if they didn't have the assistance that they do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just it's a beautiful thing to watch. So this next interview is with a young man named Todd. He brought a portable sawmill out there and was just using it to do anything he could to help the community. We took raw logs and stuff that was all destructed and used it to help rebuild. And he was just donating time out there and just really, really putting in a lot of work. There's another tree guy out there working with Todd. His name was Jason, and he was just an extremely hard worker as well. And they were just like the dynamic duo, man. They could take on anything when it came to those trees. They were definitely like Johnny on the spot. They went everywhere and were just an enormous help to the community there. From cutting down trees and doing tree work to reforming it into lumber. They just, they really work their hearts out. And I can't tell them how much I appreciate everything they did. I had the honor of working with them for a couple days. They were able to take trees that had been destructed by the storm and repurpose them into timbers and use it to build a bridge. And it was really a cool thing to see and be a part of. But here's Todd and his portable sawmill. So I'm out here with Todd, man.
Yeah, we got the LT50.
Awesome.
Got some lumber. We got some posts going out to some farmers down the road. Yeah.
Man, you've been out here for a minute, man. Where are you from, brother?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
This week and a half, maybe.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I know this is your sawmill here,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
Awesome, man. I know you've been a huge help to the community, man. You've made the lumber for the bridges. You've done a lot of stuff around here, man.
You put the bridges together. We cut the lumber off this, and
yeah,
we're going pretty good right now.
Man, it's a beautiful thing. I really appreciate all you're doing out here, man.
You guys.
Yeah. What do you think of this whole adventure, man?
It's awesome. We were able to find a good spot to set up, and we've been cutting ever since and just creating a bunch of material. Like I said, we got farmers down the road. 4x4s are going for fencing, bridge material, 2x8s for decks, done a bunch of stuff.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, it's working pretty good.
I know you guys have been busy nonstop here, and you guys just source the wood out of around here, huh?
Yeah, it's all down from the storm, so better to use it than chip it up and use it for mulch.
Right.
Why not use it for lumber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Help rebuild the community. It's genius, man. It goes from being wasted on the side of the road to helping, and man, it's a beautiful thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. I know you're a busy man, so I don't want to take too long of your time, but
start cutting here.
yeah, man. Yeah, we'll get you going. I like the whole process. I might do a little video of it.
Absolutely, go for it. We'll probably throw some 4x4s out of this log.
How long you been doing this, man?
Running the sawmill maybe 7 or 8 years.
Awesome.
As a business since 2020.
Heck yeah. What's the name of your business?
It's River Ridge Sawmill.
River Ridge Sawmill.
So we came down from Pennsylvania and we've been set up for like a week and a half. I think we're just gonna keep going until there's no need.
Awesome, man. What a great dude, man.
Works out pretty good.
How big will this go up to?
This will cut up to 36 inches wide and then a 20-foot log.
Wow.
If you needed to get bigger, we could do it.
Right. What do you think, Eli?
Yours, okay. Yeah, that's about an hour and a half. I've been up there. I guess I'd be bothering pretty much to try and get stuff in. No, especially with this stuff. There's so much dirt, sand, mica. Yeah.
Wow.
So from here, I'll pipe in. I want 4x4s, so I don't have to figure out the curve. It'll figure out the next cut for me.
That's awesome. Eli. He's friendly. He's lovely. Eli, say hey. Say hi, buddy. He's a boy. He's spoiled. Tom, man, I appreciate all you do, brother. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you, brother. I'll let you get to it. Thanks, man. So when I was down in North Carolina donating time, one of the things I ended up doing was running the gas station. We had a gas station there to help give the people gas in their generators or their cars and help fund the crews, tanks, put fuel in their tanks for the equipment and stuff they were running. And there's a gentleman named Mike that runs it, and he was out of town real quick, had to run home, and I was just watching the gas station that day for him. The gas station was definitely Mike's baby, and he worked relentlessly to make sure that place was going and functioning. I got an interview with him coming up here in later interviews. So the couple I'm interviewing in this video were actually in charge of the camp's media department, and were there to do an interview themselves with Mike and interview him. But since he wasn't there, they had to settle and do an interview with me. In which case, once it was over and they were done interviewing me, I flipped the camera right back around on them and did an interview with them. So we got to interview each other. It was pretty funny, actually. They had done a lot for the camp, and they had helped raise a bunch of money to keep the camp going. I said it a lot. Everybody was like a puzzle piece, and we all just did what we could to fit in and do something to help. And I know that they had done a lot in the media and a lot to help get money to help fund everything. So I really appreciate them and all they did. And this is the interview with them. So where are you guys from?
We're from the Rock Hill, South Carolina area, about 30 minutes outside of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Awesome. And what are you guys doing out here?
Yeah, so what we're doing...
Like Blue Night.
So what we're doing is we actually have been helping and partnering with Camp Miller since about 3 weeks after the storm happened. We came up here to just volunteer and saw the need. Then we went back to home, back to work, figuring we had to do something for the community, so we started a GoFundMe.
All right.
Maybe we raised a couple $100s, but it's actually been able to raise over $13,000, approaching $14,000 for this camp and this community. So what we're up here now is just documenting it for the amazing donors, trying to bring awareness, because where the media is now, I have an agency, so we know where media goes, and when you look at it, they follow news cycles, and unfortunately, the story's not being told of what's going on in Asheville right now, in Western Asheville, in these communities, and we want to make sure we bring awareness to all the heroes that are out here serving every day, the communities that are standing together, that are still needing support for rebuilds, the people's stories that aren't being told about insurance not covering and things like that. So we're really just trying to do our small part as a little bit of piece of the puzzle, really.
Well, that's amazing. I appreciate you guys coming out here, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys contributing too. So
yeah, Western North Carolina has a huge place in our heart. We come up here to retreat. We come up here for peace. We come up here for a break to disconnect. So when Hurricane came and this happened, like, that was hard pressing on my heart. I was like, we need to do something. We need to figure out a connect. And luckily, we had a friend that lives in Cattail Creek, and she reached out to me, and she just knew that we were up here kind of just trying to get connected, and she said, well, let's get connected. And now we're connected with Camp Miller, and we get to be a part of every, progress that's happening around us. And it's happening quickly, but it's gonna be long.
I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your help and your efforts, because it's from being here in camp and seeing what you guys have done and helping the donors that have helped. I mean, it's made the difference here, and that's just a remarkable thing, that we've all found our puzzle pieces and helping any way we can. And I think that it's a great thing, and I really appreciate what you guys have been able to do, because this is you guys are heroes this as well, man. Thank you so much.
Every single day we have to unfortunately go home and work and be on the internet, but every chance we get, we're up here. We're wanting to send all the funds as much as we can, and And with this, it helps us bring more awareness to
Yeah.
what's actually going on. There's more detail to every story. So
And to tell the story, especially now the holidays, as people go from the news cycle with the big news in America that just happened, then they go to Christmas season. It's easy for people to stop and think and move on and not remember what's actually happening. And so to bring the fresh perspective and just see what people are doing, what really matters in the community, and putting differences aside and just standing as a humanitarian effort has just been unheard of. It's something you don't see anymore in the world. Like you go to and where we're from, and people are just it's like they don't understand it happened. They're cutting you off in the store. Just they're like, they're complaining if the water's not the perfect temperature. I'm like, at least they're have water. We're going to be able to come into our heat.
And that's another thing about this opportunity. It's amazing because the media is not covering things like this.
Right.
And this is happening every single day for months and probably for the next couple of years. So doing things like this and connecting on a personal level, just giving time and energy, all of it is every little contribution in any shape or form right now is needed, and it's appreciated so much.
And it's because it's the people that give. Like our donors, like have just everyday people giving, any amount. It all adds up to make a big impact. But what this showed me was doesn't matter how large or insignificant you may feel, you could play a role that's bigger than yourself. Because when we come and do stuff like this, we become something bigger than ourselves, and we just become a piece of the puzzle that when we connect, we find out we can end up building something that leaves a legacy in the community and impact. I think that's the most beautiful thing about getting out here, is just seeing everyone playing their role and getting through it. It's showing the resilience is so inspiring. As you're seeing just people still being kind to one another instead of it bringing the worst out. It's actually bringing out such kindness, and it's been an overwhelming experience to see. So it's, as much as we loved kind of being able to raise and help bring stuff to this community, what it's done in our lives from a perspective standpoint, and just to see this amazing community be so resilient, it's something I'll carry the rest of my life. So it's been really inspiring.
Definitely.
That's awesome.
Well, I appreciate you guys so much. I appreciate all that you do, and we're all just puzzle pieces. And I know we need a lot of hands on deck out here working on it, and just everybody needs. Everybody has a piece together, and we just. I know there's a lot of people that need gravel roads and bridges, and their homes sinking. I know, and even campers. I know people that have lost their entire homes and everything, and it's just. We're doing all we can, and they're still in need. So I just everybody's help. I just appreciate everything that you guys are doing. It's just amazing, and I'm glad we could all work together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let me get you.
This is hands down the hardest interview I've ever had to do. What this man and his family had to go through and witness is absolutely heartbreaking. Michael here is just a super chill guy that got thrown into an extreme set of circumstances. And under extremely stressful situations where their lives were literally on the line, he was able to keep his head and become a hero. To help everyone understand the depth of what's happening here, I guess I'll explain what's going on. Where we are standing is at the base of the 6th highest mountain east of the Mississippi. They were experiencing severe flood conditions. And then the hurricane hit. Where they are is way inland and not anywhere near the coast. It's also elevated and not right next to any water, so you think it'd be okay. But when that hurricane came to the already flooded land, it just sat there and drenched, I think, 28 inches of water right on top of them. And in turn, it turned the hillsides into mud and mush. And it created avalanches, basically, landslides of mud and trees and homes and debris and anything in its path. It just washed it away. And all these little creeks and runoff ditches that were just tiny little spaces that were just a couple feet wide turned into massive landslides full of trees and debris and just absolute chaos and destruction. And that's where this man's house was right at the bottom of one of these massive landslides. There were many homes that got destroyed there in that area on Cottail Road. I don't like to show the bad stuff, and even if I did show it, pictures do no justice of how devastating this truly is. These landslides, you can just see a little bit, but they go miles up the mountain. And this enormous landslide came out into this little community down at the bottom of the mountain, which was also on the side of the river further down. So a couple hundred more yards down the mountain from where we were standing, those homes got the worst of both worlds. They got the landslide, and they got the flooding from the creek that turned into a massive overflowing river. The creeks and rivers rose by over 30 feet and grew to be hundreds of yards wide. And those raging rivers went so far beyond the normal floodplain, it's unimaginable. And they unfortunately took everything in their path. I personally worked with well over 30 people to try and help clean up that area. And I saw hundreds more come and go through the camp that I know that were part of helping in that area as well. And all these people were volunteers that were complete strangers and had no idea who each other were. They were working extremely hard for free and doing it all out of their own pocket and the kindness of their own heart. Seeing everyone put everything aside and work together to help their fellow man was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It was truly the best of humanity. There were mistakes made by some people, but the mistakes of the few can't outweigh the good deeds of the many. It was an extremely heartbreaking situation to be in because there was just no one else there to help those people besides us volunteers. And we were just doing all we could to try and figure it out any way we could. Society always wants to seem to focus on the negative things in life. People want to turn things into political issues or fight and argue. And I'm just simply not trying to do that. I've been very reluctant to try and post this because I don't want it to turn into some political issue. I want to keep it positive and search for solutions. All I'm doing is looking for the best way to try and help these poor people that have been through so much. And all I want to do is help figure out a way to help people in the future who are going to go through these same kind of issues. I'm just looking for solutions, any way I can find them. Let's work together to help figure out ways to efficiently help these people the best way possible. Let's brainstorm ideas. The best thing I could come up with was a Facebook page that directly connects volunteers to the people in need and eliminates the middleman and creates maximum efficiency. If anyone out there has any ideas to try and help make things better, please share them far and wide. Thanks everyone. I appreciate you guys following along and keeping up. And without further ado, here's this man's incredible story. All right, so I'm out here with Michael.
Yeah.
And your house here, you were right here in the middle of one of the worst spots I've seen. And I just I've been working out here a little bit, and I've had the pleasure enough to meet you and try and do what I can in any way to plug away. And I know you've had to see a lot. What do you think of this stuff, man? I mean, what do you think? I know you've had to see a lot, and it's just I don't know if you felt like sharing your story of what you told me earlier, but that was pretty remarkable. I don't know if you wanted to go in that depth, but
Yeah, I definitely can. We've been out here for about 3.5 years. We bought this place. It was abandoned for about 15 years, and I have been working on it myself, kind of funneling all my funds into this place, to build this house for our family.
Yeah. It's a beautiful house too.
Yeah,
You've done amazing.
Yeah, it's coming along. We had a cabin that was kind of behind me up here on the hill. It was a little 2-story that I kind of renovated and we were living in up until recently. So a few days before the storm, we moved into our house kind of prematurely because I was helping one of my buddies and his wife. They needed somewhere to stay. So my wife and I moved out of the little cabin and into the main house, and my friend was moving into the little cabin, and then the storm hit a few days after that, and we went through probably what I would say was the hardest thing that we've gone through in our lives. My friend and I, Lucas, stayed up until about 6 o'clock in the morning cleaning out storm drains through our community so the road wouldn't wash out. About 6 o'clock, the water seemed to kind of slow down a little bit, and we decided that we were good. And in the morning we would get up around 11:30 and kind of repair the bridge the road to the bridge that had washed out some, and that we would be fine. Didn't go that way. About 6:20, I had my neighbor across the street busting in my front door and saying that the cabin was coming down. And so after less than 20 minutes of laying down, I'm running back to the front of my house and watching my 2-story cabin with my friend and his wife in it collapse and wash into our house, along with about 20-foot waves. And it was probably 50 to 60 feet wide, just rushing through here with large trees and debris. I couldn't believe what I saw. I thought I was having a nightmare and that I'd just wake up. And obviously that wasn't the case. I thought I might have just watched my friend and his wife die. And I immediately ran down the stairs to the lower door to try to get to them, because the top part of the structure which they were in was somewhat intact. But luckily they somehow escaped and crawled through a crack in the door, and were barely unscathed. Like, they had minor injuries, but nothing that was too serious where we had to worry about their health. So I don't know how they survived. We're talking trees, 4 or 5 foot in diameter, and 50, 60 feet long, like hundreds of them piling up, and 20-foot waves of mud and water crashing around us, and winds that they had to have been 100 miles an hour or more. I mean, the whole house sounded like a freight train was running through it during all of this, and the rain was so heavy that you really couldn't see, but a few feet in front of you.
And it went around both sides of your house there?
It went around both sides, yeah.
Wow, that's a tough house, man.
I thought, the first thing I thought to myself was that the house was next, the house was coming next. So I kind of instructed my wife to grab a quick bag of clothes, and I got clothes for Alex and Lucas, and my neighbor was in the house as well with us, that was across the street. I went upstairs. The bridge upstairs was gone, so I threw a countertop over the back door up to the bank, and we all went single file out the back door, and kind of followed the bank through the storm to exit the house, because I thought the house would just wash away. When I was leading everybody kind of single file on the side of the mountain, a large tree crashed in front of me, like maybe 10 feet or so, and I thought that this might be it, like I thought the house and everything was coming down, the side of the mountain was coming down. So I kind of double timed everybody to the neighbors. Our neighbor Mike, he was not in good spirit. He was sitting on his steps and in distress and unable to move. And he had about a foot of water running through his house from the back to the front. So once I got everybody inside Mike's, I looked up and saw that our next neighbor over, Juanita's, the water was running away from her house and wasn't really touching her house. So I thought that might have been the best spot for us to be at the time. So I got everybody together and let them know, trying to get everybody's mind right. Everybody was in pretty heavy distress, obviously. Right. But we did the same thing. We did single file, just watch for the person behind and in front of you. And we walked through Juanita's and kind of hiked over all of the brush, got to underneath Juanita's house, and a tree was crashed on top of her stairwell going up to her house. So I had to get the debris off enough to where everybody could crawl through the debris up the stairwell and into her house. We got that handled, and the neighbor Mike's house that we just left wasn't able to leave with us. He didn't want to go, and he said he just couldn't make it physically. So I told everybody, once I got everybody in Juanita's, that I was going back for Mike because I couldn't leave him there. So I went by myself back over to Mike's and pretty much told him, I'm going to carry you. If you don't come, I'm carrying you over there. Like, you're leaving. You're not dying here. Right.
You're a freaking hero, man.
And yeah, it's just, I couldn't live with that on my conscience,
Yeah, man, but you put yourself out there to go help them, and that's a beautiful thing. Yeah. Man, thank you.
Yeah, and that's just what you got to do for people,
Yeah.
You can't, people are having a hard time in that situation, and I was able was fortunate enough to be able to be level-headed enough to and stable enough to get everybody, you know, what they needed, even if they didn't know what they needed at the time, you know.
And I would imagine how it's so terrifying. I mean, this landslide came down right through here, and you don't know if the land's going to stay or go, and there's trees, and there's just everything, water, and I'm sure you're pretty much trapped here, weren't you?
Yeah, we were definitely trapped. There was nowhere to go. Juanita's was pretty much our last resort, besides either going up over the mountain and hoping that, you know, there was no slides that way, and that was the only option, because the riverhead ran through the whole neighborhood and kind of cut us off to where there was nowhere to go. So it was kind of our last hope right there.
So how long did you stay here, and were you able to get out, or what happened after that? I mean,
so we stayed in Juanita's until about 2 o'clock that afternoon, and that's when most of the rain and winds had finally subsided. And I went out and scouted back towards our house, and my buddy Lucas ended up coming with me, and we were able to salvage some things to get him clothes, and we got other people clothes and food and things, and then we just started assessing damage, and it was really just like, all right, we need somebody cooking, everybody needs to eat, we need to hydrate and things like that. And then I went out and started to scout towards the end of the neighborhood, and at this point there was probably about a 5 or 6 foot river running through the middle of our community still at this point. So it wasn't anything that a lot of people in our community are getting closer to the elderly age, and they're not going to be able to hike out of here. Right. But there's a small group of us that could. So I went to go scout for that. But there was trees, like hundreds of trees down like through the neighborhood, and
sure, electric lines and stuff.
Yeah,
I bet that was dangerous.
Yeah,
I know, I seen them all along the road coming up through here. I don't know if they're still alive or not, but
yeah, and that's the thing, you don't know. So in there, they were tangled in there like spaghetti through there, right. So it was, it was pretty dangerous. So I ended up hiking to like where our bridge is, which is probably like 1/8 of a mile, and what I saw was like extremely hard for me to comprehend. It was like a river canyon instead of just a small creek. I didn't even recognize where I was at. I got turned around in my own home. Wow. Because the destruction was so large. There was nothing to see that, like, any point of reference, and nothing was familiar to me any longer. And it was like the road was literally missing. It wasn't just like covered up, it was literally missing. Like part of the mountain is missing. And
wow, I know you said this stream was originally like a couple inches deep, and just a foot. I mean, you said when it would rain normally, it would get like a foot deep. You said
maybe a foot deep at the most. Yeah, and about a foot wide. It was
and so
small.
Just a couple inches deep and a foot wide, and that's all this was.
Yeah. And this is cleaned up too.
I know the tree guys that we had from Missouri, they came in there and there was just a log jam there, unlike anything I'd ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, and that's amazing what these guys have done, in this short amount of time. I still can't believe that. But yeah, so when I was down there by the creek, well, what then was a river, right. And it had large rapids like that, 10 to 15 foot big rapids, waves dumping through there. And just very violent, like heavy debris everywhere, large trees in the middle of it, just getting swept down like very fast. Like, I couldn't believe it. So I knew we needed to get out to get help somewhere. And so I kept hiking to scout around the curve of the bend of the river to see if there was a way that I might be able to get across somewhere. And there wasn't, but along the way I did stumble across people that were swept up on the bank that didn't make it in the storm, which was
sorry, man.
Which was really hard to to see that, some people, or, young people as well, obviously you don't want anybody, but, even just to see young people in there, like, I didn't know any of them personally, but, they were neighbors.
Yeah, man.
And they're people.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry.
So it's pretty, it was pretty hard to see, but,
man, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to take a break? All right, man. All right, man.
Yeah, so, I hiked as far as I could before everything kind of just washed out, and we're at like 20-foot cliffs, and there was just no way for us to cross. Like, it wasn't going to be possible. So I came back, I hiked back, and I figured if we had about 3 days with no rain, that the creek would subside some, and maybe I could get across then. So I came back and I made a game plan for the four of us, my wife, Lucas, and his wife, to prepare to hike out in a few days, and so we could go get help for everybody in here, because we were the only ones that were healthy enough to make the journey. And so we grabbed the packs and the things that we had left, and just kind of made a game plan, and we had enough supplies to pack in and hike in and camp for 2 days. So we got everything set up, and we just kind of waited. And later that evening, the rain came back and picked up fairly heavily again. And you talk about being nervous,
Oh, man. I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I didn't know how long it had went. So all the time that from this happened, was this like one day, all the same day?
Yeah,
or?
So this was 6 o'clock in the morning, and then now we're in the evening, when I came back, and things is getting closer to the evening. And then we stayed in the house actually that evening, because it was getting crowded in Juanita's, and we just needed space, so yeah, the next morning I woke up, and it's all rain and muck, and I'm like, well, we're not going again, we're gonna have to stay again. So that day we just kind of hung out. I said we need to hydrate and cook any food that we still have left. We need to cook it, and we need to be eating as well as we can and resting and saving our energy, because we're going to have to hike out of here. So we did that. We just kind of took it pretty easy, and it was okay. That day went by pretty quickly. The following day, the river was still pretty high. And I was like, it's still not passable. So we're here again, like same game plan, hydrate and eat. So about lunchtime on the third day, the little creek basin that's here, the water had stopped flowing through here, and was only flowing through the road. The water had diverted up top and was going around the road, which was good at the time, because it's getting away from our house.
Right.
Well, I noticed at lunchtime when I came out on the porch that the water had risen about 3 feet in there and was running again. And I was, and so I hollered for Lucas. Him and I ran up the mountain a little bit and found where there was a rock slide, and it had diverted the water back towards our house. So him and I took turns, throwing stones and picking up stones, and trying to move the rock slide to divert the water away from the house. And at this point, we're pretty exhausted and tired, so it was already taxing on us. We were kind of just sitting and taking turns.
Sure, you hadn't been eating very well either. So
yeah,
sure.
I mean, we had ate the food that we had, and
Right.
and then it's taxing going back and forth, because you know, the day that I was relaxing and things, it was really me like going to other people and helping them with things in the community that they needed.
And I'm sure you weren't sleeping either.
He had no sleep, and I didn't sleep. You know, that previous night I hadn't slept for 48 hours before I laid down and slept for maybe 3. You know,
Man.
But while we were up there stacking stones and diverting the water, a small helicopter flew in overhead and was hovering around the field that's maybe 200 yards from here. And Lucas and I had stopped doing the stones and ran through 2 houses that got washed away. That was just debris. We ran through that. I don't know how we did it, but we ran through and got out to the field and kind of signaled him like, hey, we're out here, you know, like, and he kind of spun around and got really low and kind of gave us a thumbs up and then flew out of here. And I told Lucas, I said, somebody's going to come get us now. Like, they know we're in here. And so we immediately came back to the house and we kind of spread the word that, you know, a helicopter had made contact with us, and, you know, we have a possibility of somebody coming up here, you know. But we weren't sure, so we all kept our packs packed for our hike if we had to. My wife and Lucas's wife Alex, they both were like, no, we're gonna get out of here. We have a feeling that somebody's gonna come. And sure enough, a few hours later, I could hear that helicopter coming.
All right.
And I knew that it was a military helicopter. My father's a Marine and air crew, and I knew that, you know, I've been around it my whole life, and I could hear it coming. And I said, no, that's a military helicopter. They're going to come get us. And sure enough, I could see it come over the trees, over the mountain. And I just told people, you know, get your stuff, have a bag, grab a bag, and, you know, for a few nights, and let's go. Like, everybody pack stuff and go. Like, we're gonna get out of here.
Get out here, yeah.
And we got everybody to the field, and sure enough, they came back down and landed in the field nearby. And at first, they weren't taking anybody; they were taking medical emergencies. Luckily, 2 of our neighbors had a medical emergency with medicine, and we were able to get them on and get them out. And then as that was happening, the local ground crew came in up on rafts and things.
Wow.
And they all came out of the woods, like jumping out of the woods, like running towards the helicopter. And I was like, you know, who is this? Like, who are these people? You know, like, where do they come from? You know, I didn't know any of these guys. Like where were these people the whole time? You know, like, I didn't realize they were rescue at that time. I thought they were just like local people somewhere that got trapped.
Right.
And they weren't. They ended up being the rescue crew.
Oh, wow.
And like sheriffs and things like that from nearby counties that were coming in, that all came in collectively. And
so was it just volunteers, or was it government, or was it just everybody, all hands on deck? Anybody?
Yeah,
anybody?
everybody. Like, yeah, there was a couple local guys that were able to make it in here that kind of knew the area, and then you had sheriffs, and you had rangers, and like all kinds of people that just kind of came together, and they had search and rescue groups, and they were radioing to the military, to the army, and they were flying down. So they touched down here again, and they started picking people up, and we had three loads of people get helicoptered out of here.
Wow, were they military helicopters then, or was
they
it
were
the
Blackhawks? Yeah.
Oh, wow, wow.
Yeah, the Crash Hawks.
Yeah, really? I didn't know that.
It's not a good thing. They don't like that.
Oh yeah.
No, but it was amazing. Like, it was a crazy experience. Like, we had our dog with us the whole time and stuff. And
so your dog got to go on the helicopter ride, huh?
He had a helicopter ride.
Oh wow, that's cool. I don't know very many dogs that have ever been on a helicopter ride.
He was fine too. He just kind of laid down, which I was kind of surprised.
Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, we flew out of here, and as we were leaving, my wife has a video out the window of where the landslide is, and it's long. It's like miles long up through here.
Oh, really? So it's more than just that right there?
Yeah. It snakes up there way, way, way back. So.
Oh wow.
It's pretty incredible.
Was that the actual military then that was here? Or was it FEMA or who was it?
Yeah, it was the military. Yeah.
It was the military, the National Guard, or
I believe the helicopter was an Army helicopter. The guys in it, they were definitely Army operators. I could see, I could by their uniform and stuff like that. But
have you seen FEMA out here, or have they done anything to help you?
I've seen FEMA out here. They haven't done any. They gave us a denial letter a couple weeks ago, and I don't know how the man was standing here taking pictures before anything was cleaned up, and was very thorough. But they just sent us a letter, so we appealed it, but nothing.
So they haven't given you $1 or nothing?
No, we got $750 when we first signed up for like an emergency fund. They give you, and it's kind of like an automatic.
Yeah, it was $750 when you lost. Yeah. I mean, so much. I know you said your Jeep and all your stuff got washed away. Your shed, all your tools.
Yeah, I lost my business worth of tools that were in the shed. And
oh man,
obviously our cabin that we were living in, that was going to be our rental to help pay our mortgage. I'm not a wealthy person. I'm just out here trying to make it. And
I'm sure that wasn't covered by insurance, huh?
No, there's no flood insurance. We don't. We live in the mountains. We don't really have floods. Like, it just doesn't happen. Like, this
you
stuff
wouldn't
doesn't
expect
happen
it
here.
Yeah, that's unheard of, and it's so heartbreaking because I see it all through the community that whether it's a millionaire or somebody that just has $30,000 worth of stuff, it all got washed away, and there's no way that they can get anything for it. There's no insurance, there's no nothing, and they still lost it. It doesn't matter, and so it's just heartbreaking for everyone. Everyone's lost so much, and it's just. I can't even put it into words. People have lost homes, but and everything. I mean, it's just everyone's lost so much, and there's no way to recoup it, and there's nothing in place. There's no government. There's no nothing. You guys are just lost, and it's heartbreaking, and that's what I'm trying to do is just try and figure out some kind of way to help out all you guys, because this is so hard to see, man. It's.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the help here though has been overwhelming, just from, local and then people coming in from all over the country. I've met people, like you. I've met people that I would have never met, that are just coming in like, hey, what can we do?
Right.
Some people just show up, like some people show up with equipment. Some people don't have anything, and they just show up because they're able-bodied and they want to help. I mean, I've met people from all over the country, and like that kind of help is like incredible. Like just to clean up here on my property that has happened in the past week, like it's something that I wouldn't have been able to do or afford for myself. I had hundreds of large trees here.
Yeah.
Like you have to have heavy equipment.
And it was random because I just brought George up here because he came from Pennsylvania, and I met him at Camp Miller, and they were just like, hey, can you give me a ride home? And I was like, sure. Before I give you a ride home, you want to go look up here and maybe see if you guys want to check out a little bit of work? And he came up here, and they were the part of the crew that were in here helping clean up, man. And that just and that's when I met you the first time, because I came up here showing them, and you're like, hey, man, what's going on? I'm like, I'm just trying to make sure these guys I want to make sure everybody's busy working, and putting going where they're needed. And I just old George and Uriah and Ian and all of them, Tim, they came down here, and I'm sure they made this place look a lot different. I know there were other crews here before them too. I don't know who they were, but
there's just a bunch of people in there. Heath and Heath, he did a lot here. He was he didn't want to leave, he's like, I don't want to leave it unfinished.
But it's just so much.
I mean, it's just amazing. Yeah, I mean, Uriah and Timmy, and Rick and Uriah's son Ian.
Yeah.
They came in. They were, amazing.
That kid was just learning how to learn how to drive a skid steer, man. He learned on this.
Yeah, and he was doing it, and I'm just like, man, like, it was unbelievable, and like the help and the kindness, and it's not even just the help that was being provided by people here. It's like the mentality and like the patience that the people that are donating their time have with, they actually cared, bring, like, hey, I found this, is this yours? Or like, digging things out. We'll give you options. Like, do you want us to do this? What did it look like? I'll fix it to this, you know. And I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, you know, you're running the equipment, you know.
Right. Oh man.
But it's just, yeah, it's pretty amazing, like what has already happened here. And you know, I'm sure there's still going to be some people come and continue to help. And I don't know. Hopefully, at some point, I'll be able to get back in a position where I can you know, donate some more of my time to help people as well. It's really hard being the one accepting help when I was usually the one giving it, you know.
And it's just, you can only do so much, man. And that's why I came out here, is because and then I've stayed out here. I originally planned to stay for 3 days, and I've been out here a month. And I realized that it's more than any one community or any people could handle. It's just so immense, and that it's going to take a lot of hands and a lot of work. And I empathize with you guys on such a deep level. And if this happened to my community, and it was more than we could ever handle, I'd want people to try and help us. And it's just, I'm a real community oriented person. And I love being able to see people come together. There's a silver lining to all this, that people can still come together and put their differences aside and not care. But it's heartbreaking to witness, and it's so hard. But I have faith that we can fix it and rebuild it and make it back and just as good, if not better than it was before. It's just going to be a little patience, and it's so hard. But we're going to need a lot of work and a lot of help, and it's just like you said, you're doing all you can. I mean, that's it. Yeah, you've lost. You've lost your business. You've lost your extra house. You've lost. We're trying to prop up your house to keep it from coming, because it sank down a couple inches. I mean, the water went around both sides and it's made it sink. And that's what this lumber here is for right now, trying to brace it up and get it braced up. So it's just it's just so much. I know it's more than you could ever handle, and it's more than any group. I mean, we've been here a lot. There's been a lot of people here, and it's still more. So
yeah, I mean, it's been amazing, and it's, you know, it's just another journey that, you know, that we're taking in life, you know, and you just got to take it day by day. Right.
And I know it's always hard to ask for help, but man, you guys need it. You guys need it more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. This is heartbreaking, and I'm that same person, but if I was in your shoes, I would be asking for help too, because it's just so much. It's so much, and there's just you've lost so much, and I'm sorry you've had to witness this, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you and like all the things that you've personally done for us. You know, helping us with things,
Oh, no problem, man. I'm just a puzzle piece. I'm just trying to help out, man. And I appreciate you being the hero, man. You kept your calm head, and it seems like you led people, and you did a lot for this community and for these people, and you did a lot in a time of clutch and a time of crunch. You came through, and that's hard to do. And I commend you for all you've done, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, at the time, it's not something I was,
ready.
I wasn't worried about it, like I've always been some type of leader in life, whether it's through work or family and things like that. And this time was no different. I don't know. I had a calmness about me that I don't know. I can't really explain it. I was very calm in the situation, and I knew that I had to be for everybody here. And now that situation is over, I don't have to protect a bunch of people and things. It's I don't know. It's different now, trying to accept the help. Going from the leader to somebody who's like, hey, I need help.
Right.
But I'm glad that you all are here, and that you've made a huge impact on our lives here, and
Well, I appreciate you letting us come and try and help, man. And I'm glad we could just help do something, man. And I say it all the time. You can eat an elephant one bite at a time, man. And it's just we're eating away at this elephant,
Yeah.
We're making progress. So we just got to keep getting on. I mean, I know it's past the necessity stage of like saving people and getting trees off houses and stuff, but we're still building roads, and we're still propping up houses, and we're still trying to rebuild sheds and get people's lives back together. So yeah, I really appreciate you telling your story and being open and just sharing with me. I know it's got to be hard, but it's something that hopefully we could just, from what I've seen and putting my hands on, we need more people here donating hands on, and that's the most important thing. I mean, obviously financial is a great thing too, but as far as efforts to come help clean up, I'm trying to get people out here, and you sharing your story is going to help a lot of people you may not even know, but everything has like a ripple, you know, and it's like a pebble, and this story may reach somebody else, and they'll go help somebody build their house or do something or help some other, and it's just, you never know how this universe works, man. And I know it's a hard story to tell, but I appreciate you telling it, because it's just it's something that I want to try and help do, is just help everybody. And I'm getting ready to start a website to where we can connect those in need directly to those that want to help, because there just seems to be a lot of confusion in between, and just to maximize all our efforts and maximize the efficiency, and everybody can see where it goes to straight to stuff like this, you know. And so I'm trying to do what I can with what I got, and I really appreciate your time, Michael.
Yeah, man. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
so
appreciate you.
Awesome, man. Is there anything else you want to say or do, or say anything to out there?
I guess, be kind to your neighbors, and if there's something small, do something small for one of your neighbors. Maybe that it's unexpected. Something small. Do something small, even for a random person. Open the door, hold the door open for them. You know, ask them how they're doing, and actually mean it. You know, maybe something like that. You know, could change somebody's day. You know, a lot of people have been, having bad days around in our area. You know, something small like that helps. Just asking how they're doing. Don't take things for granted. You know, your life could end at any moment here. You know, I've learned that. You know, you don't know when your time is, and you should really just be cherishing life a little more, and living more intentionally. You know, love people a little more. Give them a few seconds. You know, when you meet somebody, don't just look at them and judge them on face value. You know, give them a few seconds. Talk to them. You never know. I think the world needs a little bit of that. You know, I think that could go a long way.
It's a beautiful thing, man. That's a beautiful thing. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thanks, man. So this next interview is with 3 of the most awesome guys I have ever met, man. They're pretty cool dudes. They were from Pennsylvania, and old George, he has a pool company up there, and he is extremely busy, has a lot going on. In wintertime, I guess pools are a little more slow, so we had a little more free time. But yeah, he came all the way out here with all of his equipment. He had a really nice, beautiful, brand new dump truck that he brought here, dual axle, just a beautiful machine, and pulled a skid steer with him, and brought his cousin Tony, really, really cool boy. He did a lot of running the skid steer while George was out running the dump truck. Me and him definitely went on some adventures on the side of a mountain with some equipment. And then rounding out the 3 amigos was George's son Logan, and he was just a real hard-working young man, and just a real solid dude. Just a great, great guy. And I think he pulled a second skid steer when he came out as well. And they stayed out here, I think they were out here over a week, the first time with me. And then after I went home, they have been back 2 more times and helped and done a lot of stuff. And man, these guys are just absolutely amazing. Super cool, super chill dudes. Just so fun to work with and easy to get along with. I could only imagine the job site that they work on. I bet it's a hoot. I'm sure their family reunions are quite interesting as well. They're just really cool guys, and I really enjoyed hanging out with them. I can't thank them enough for all the hard work they put in and all the time and money they spent. They did so much to help people out here, and I can't thank them enough. And luckily enough, about midway through the interview with them, one of the homeowners they were helping came up, and I got to interview him a little as well. I really appreciate all these guys for taking the time to talk to me. It was really a pleasure getting to work with them and getting to know them. I love this. All right. So I'm here with Tony, George, and Logan. My favorite guys I've met here since I've been here. I love everybody, but you guys are just freaking awesome. I've had a lot of fun with you guys. So where are you guys from? What's your story, man?
I'm from Hanover, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Heard about the flood and just felt need to come down. I didn't get down here as soon as I would have liked to, but made it down here for 2 weeks. And Tony came along down with me. We brought a truck and skid loader, 2 skid loaders, and they were very grateful for that. Did a lot of hauling dirt materials, and Logan came down a week later.
How much does your truck hold? That's a 24 ton?
It hauls 22, but they would only load me here at 17.
Well, something's better than nothing, I guess. What do you think of all this, man? What do you think of this?
Just wonderful. A lot of good people here on both sides. People volunteering, the people who live here. They're so grateful.
One to know one, George.
Yep, just like Denny here, man. It's just, and yourself. Have a lot to say about you.
Oh, no.
This guy giving this interview has got the biggest heart I've seen.
Oh man, I don't know about all that. I try to empathize with everyone, man, and I try to create a little positivity in the world, man. So I know it's kind of hard watching all this. What do you think needs to happen here the most, or what do you think of it all, man?
They come a long way just in 2 weeks I've seen, but there's so much.
Right.
Still so many people without homes. They lost lives. Heard some really, really sad stories.
Yeah.
But long road ahead of a lot of these people.
Yeah. We're just plugging away, doing all we can. I know you guys went into that community up there on Meadow Farm and just changed the whole dynamic of everything, man. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all the hard work all you guys put in, man. You guys are amazing. You changed the whole everything there. And I was talking to Michael, and he said when he came out, he couldn't even recognize the place. When it first happened, he didn't even know where he was, and that was a couple hundred yards from his house. And you guys helped put it back to normal and make it look normal again. And you guys are amazing, man. Yeah, what do you think, Tony?
One stick at a time, one scoop at a time, getting it done, getting something done.
Yes, sir. What about you, Logan?
Like I said, it's someone else coming in, they think, wow, this place is a mess. But like I said, I came in a week after he did, and he showed me pictures. I can't believe how much it changed in just a week's time. But yeah, it's like, you do the little stuff where their house is destroyed, but they can see, hey, they can actually get to it smoothly now. It's like, makes the biggest difference for them. But yeah, you need a lot of bigger equipment yet to do. Some of these trees that are down that our stuff can't handle. It's like I said, it's a long road ahead. A lot of little stuff you got to get cleaned up.
Morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just at least people have access to their houses. They can get in and get out what they need safely. They're not putting in four-wheel drive, not making it up the mountain.
There's a lot of mud, a lot of gravel, a lot of hard access. So
yeah.
I'll stop putting you guys on the spot here, but I appreciate
we got a resident there. If we get a couple words from him, it'd be good.
Yeah.
David, did you come in?
You wanna? I don't know if you feel like being interviewed, but I just like hearing everybody's story here, and I've just kind of been documenting my journey, and I think it's a beautiful thing here. As hard as it is to witness this, it's a community effort of people coming together, and it's still a lot of work left. And I like hearing everybody's stories and just trying to share for the rest of the world. And are you local here, sir?
Yes, I live up Cattail Creek Road, just a mile and a half, 2 miles from here.
Yeah.
And we got hit fairly hard from the flood, but everybody was safe in the family. And these guys right here have made an amazing difference, working in our neighborhood, fixing up the roads, yards, moving debris. It's it's just unbelievable what you guys have done. I don't really know even how to thank you.
They're pretty amazing. So you were here when it happened, huh?
No, we were out of town, but our dog sitter and our dog were in a house during the storm, and luckily they moved to higher ground hours before the brunt of the storm occurred, which was about 9 a.m. I think, when it started really flooding the houses and everything. So they're safe, which is good.
That's a great thing. That's a great thing. I'm sure it looks a little different from when it first started, or when it first happened. I don't know if you were here relatively soon after that, or
we were.
Yeah.
4 days after, and it was just debris everywhere. You didn't even know where to walk, and our houses had 2 to 4 feet of mud. The house and the garage had that much, and there were trees, there were water heaters, rocks.
Wow.
Everything had washed downstream from neighbors' houses. Our 2 next door neighbors lost their houses right off the slab, and it's just amazing what a storm could do to this magnitude.
Right.
So, from a lot of volunteer groups, it took probably 6 weeks of digging, from the Marines to other groups from around the country, to other guys that had bobcats that cleared the premises at our place, and I haven't had enough coffee yet, so
right. It's just it's hard to watch because I know most people didn't have insurance or anything to prepare for this.
We didn't have insurance, flood insurance, and we're still waiting to see what FEMA says. We heard that their count as of a couple of weeks ago, there were 450,000 plus people that were affected.
Wow.
That have applied to FEMA. So it's going to take a while for people that are not believing in FEMA. You just got to be patient.
Right. Have you seen a lot of government activity out here helping, or has it been mainly volunteers? Or
there have been a few different people that looked, or that I guess got a case from people that applied to come out and check out on their property. There've been I've met a few of them, and I believe that the bathrooms, the wash area, and the showers down the street at the Free Will Baptist Church are FEMA based.
Huh.
So
I've been using them a lot.
Yeah. It's a good thing that they're there. But other than that, I can't say that I've seen a lot of other activity from FEMA.
It's just from what I've seen, it just seems that most people doing the work and actually putting the hands on are just volunteers. I don't
That's correct.
really.
That's what I believe too.
Yeah. I just haven't.
But I know there were at least 13 counties in western North Carolina that were affected, and I've been to Asheville, Clyde, through Barnardsville, Bakersfield. I've been through a few areas, but this got hit as hard as any of them that I can tell.
Yeah, we went looking yesterday, trying to just prepare for ahead, and this is pretty much the worst I've seen. I did have a lady call me last night saying they had a lot in Barnardsville, but it's hard to see all around here.
But I know slowly but surely roads are getting cleared back up.
Right.
Even in the South Toe River, which is really bad. I went there a week ago, and they still had dump trucks,
really,
excavators working. I got to the road, and to the river, I had to turn around and go right back because both sides of the road were being cleared up. So it's still a ways to go in some areas too.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. It's just there's a lot of work on all levels, and it's heartbreaking because it doesn't matter whether somebody's a millionaire or they don't have hardly anything. Yeah. When they lost it, there's no insurance, and so they lost it, and it's just it's hard. Much less the damage and the stuff that they're not going to be able to recoup, but
there's still a few people that don't have power or
right.
water yet. We do have use of the well, but we have to use a hose to pour it into buckets, and we can actually use our bathroom upstairs in the house, which is nice.
Right.
And power, we've got a number of different types of heating from here, generator, kerosene heater, propane heater, stuff like that. So yeah, we don't have power yet, and it's undetermined when we are going to.
Oh, you still don't have power now? Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're hoping that the building inspector comes out this week. He didn't show up last week.
Yeah.
That's for Yancey County.
Oh, wow.
Just got to be patient.
I know that gas station down there, that's been a huge help, because when I first got here, all the people, nobody had power, and that's the only way you could get power was from the generators and the gas that we were providing was the only way to provide for the generators. And if I don't know if a lot of people would have been able to power the generators if it wasn't for the gas here. And I know that there's still a lot that are still needing power for generators and stuff.
I've been using the gas here at Camp Miller. Maybe I come by 2 to 3 times a week.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't use the generator all day. Usually just a couple of hours in the evening or an hour or 2 in the morning, just to get things warmed up.
I'm sure it really makes you appreciate power, you know.
It does. And yeah, when you don't have it, you definitely miss it.
Right. Well, I won't keep you guys any longer. I really appreciate the interview, and I really appreciate everybody, you know, and then for you guys opening it up and letting us come work here, and for all the effort and everything you guys have done. And just like I said, it's a silver lining to a very, very heartbreaking cloud. But we've all been able to come together, and just it brings out the best in humanity, and it's a beautiful thing to see everybody just come together as strangers and work together for something, you know. And it's hard to witness, but I have faith we can do it and fix it, you know. You can eat an elephant one bite at a time. That's kind of my slogan out here. You just gotta keep plugging away, and I know eventually we can fix it. But I appreciate all you guys. Thank you very much, and yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, Josh.
This interview was with the local couple, Jody and Liz, and they were from Spruce Pine, and they were just absolutely amazing. They showed up every day to help feed us. And when I say us, I mean the entire camp of sometimes up to 100 people, and the rest of the town and everybody that was struggling to get by out there. So they took care of a lot of people and made a lot of huge, enormous meals. Like I said, they were locals, and they had survived the storm and had to live through it as well. And they were just doing all they could to try and help their neighbors. And it was really just so wonderful of them to reach out and to work so hard to try and help everyone. I can't thank them enough for all that they did. And they personally made a huge difference for me out there. I wouldn't have been able to stay out there as long as I did if it wasn't for them and people like them that were making the meals and doing all that work and helping feed us. There were other groups that came and helped. Habitat for Humanity was out there a couple times, and there were other large groups, many times from churches and stuff. I know there's a group from Pennsylvania that was out there for a while. Jody and Liz, they were always the constant, and the ones that always seemed to be taking care of us the most. And Jody, he was actually the camp pastor, and on Sundays would do a church sermon, and was the pastor of the camp, basically. And then they would always take the leftovers and take them to the first responders and the medical personnel and just anybody that they could. And they were just really all around just wonderful people. And it was really a pleasure to have gotten to meet them. And I'm just so grateful for everything they did. All right, so I'm out here at Camp Miller. And how long you guys been out here?
Like since about the 5th day in, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Right.
So we're local. We're from Spruce Pine.
Right.
And we just we were without power and water for like 14 days or so. Not a lot of damage to the home. So our motto is like we can sit around and find problems, or we can get busy and find a purpose.
Beautiful.
So it's always better to find a purpose than just look at problems. And we just kind of got in here doing different things, bringing supplies in, and brought my wife along, and we've just been busy serving, just trying to help and love on people and get love back. So
I know that
great thing.
I know that you guys have been amazing, and you guys are always here cooking us delicious, awesome, epic meals. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all the hard work that you guys have put in. I know it's a lot of effort, and I see you guys out here every day working hard and feeding this whole camp. And this is their setup. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, but You guys,
It's been a great thing, like, you know, guys like you and all the ones that's come in and sacrifice, like, from multiple states away. That's made it worthwhile. Like, that's made it so important.
I empathize, and if it was more than my community could ever handle, I would want help from someone else too. So I see how much destruction and how much help you guys need. So my heart goes out, and I want to do all I can to try and help. You know,
brings that verse to mind where it talks about, you know, we should love the Lord first, love the Lord God, you know, put Him first. But then it says love thy neighbor, you know, and who is our neighbor? It's whoever. Like, we can go out and help.
Whether local or another state
long
or across
distance
the
away.
states.
Y'all put such a new meaning to that verse. You know, love thy neighbor is just where.
Right. And I know you've been doing a little bit of the pastor work around here. Have you done it the whole time, or?
Yeah, pretty much since Christian kind of stepped away. We've been filling in doing that on Sunday night, so it's been a great opportunity.
Yeah, that's awesome. I just went to my first service in about 15 years last night.
I didn't know that. You said that. That was so great. I appreciate you being there.
I appreciate you doing it, man. It's just a beautiful thing to watch everybody just put their hearts and souls out there, and I appreciate all you do on all levels, man. It's I know it raises a lot of people up. A lot of people are excited for the service and stuff. I've seen, you know, since I've been here, the how it brightens everybody's days, and how your food brightens everybody's days. That's
work on their heart through their stomach.
Yeah, that's the direct way to my heart. I promise you, is straight through my stomach. Yeah,
I do want to give a huge shout out to Richard, our potable water fella that has been here.
He's not here. We'll say
he's not. He's back in Oregon or Northern California. Made our sink area happen.
Oh wow!
Always
I've never even been back there.
Yeah, it was a huge help.
Huge. I mean, he'd wash my towels. He'd help me clean out the fridge. Anything I needed, Richard was like the man to be there.
That's a good example. Like, he came from California, you know.
Wow.
All his job was just to take the gray water, dump it, and the other guy would bring the fresh water.
He could be in and out in an hour and be done.
And be done for the whole day, but he would stay all day and just help wherever needed.
Just like
True
you.
servant's heart, just like you guys. He's like, I wasn't just going to stand, you know, go back and he goes, no.
Right.
So he was fabulous.
So,
and he left his wife and his little boy back home.
Right.
You know,
so many stories like that.
Yes, you guys have sacrificed more than we have.
Yeah.
Because we live right here.
Well,
but you guys
we're
left
here
your
all day
home.
and get to go home though.
Yeah.
But your home is, it hurts my heart because your home is not the same. And I know you guys got to live here. I fortunately get to leave and go back to my home, and it's not destructed like this, you know. And you guys just have to live here, and it's got to be hard on the heart, you know, because you just have to see this. And I know you guys take this whatever leftovers and donate it to, where do you take it to?
Go to our hospital in Spruce Pine, our fire department, Greens.
Yeah, it's a
Spruce
rest
Pine
home.
Greens is a rest home. And
So you're feeding everybody.
So, whatever's left, we take and feed whoever we can.
And they're so grateful.
Have you, is there anything you guys see that we really need out here, or anything pressing, or what would help the most? Or
you know, right now, I think what is going to be the long-term need will be just, you know, labor to come in and help rebuild some of the homes.
Yeah.
Right.
Just even if it's porches, you know, renovating inside.
Or just taking debris.
Driveways, we're moving debris. That is going to be a long-term need.
Right, and that's a lot of what we've been working on, is just driveways and trying to get driveways, bridges, access, keep houses from falling off.
Yeah,
I know some businesses that might need some help.
Yeah, like downtown, where she worked got totally washed away, so.
Just to put up like the beams, you know, or sheetrock or whatever, I don't know.
They're saying
Some
right
kind
now
of
it could be 12 months before they get back open for business. But if there were more volunteers to come in and help work on getting their businesses built back, and then financing is always going to be a big deal with anything. Like
right.
That. So that'll be determine how fast it goes also.
Right. Have you?
Labor will ease some of that if they don't have to invest in labor.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a huge part. And hands-on seems to be the most thing. Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things is.
As long as everybody knows what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it can pass inspection, it'd be great.
Right.
You know.
Right. And where was the town where your work is at?
Spruce Pine.
Spruce Pine. So Spruce Pine got hit pretty hard too, huh?
DT's Blue Ridge Java is the name of the restaurant.
The whole lower street in Spruce Pine, all the businesses are totally gone. They're all, when you drive down there, all you see is the doors, are open. All you see is shelves now. It used to be like a really nice thrift store, a great gastro pub, our place, a realtor, a Mexican restaurant, a musician store that had guitars and stuff, a church, another antique store.
Oh, they all got wiped out. Oh, is there any government entities there doing anything, or is it all volunteers?
Nothing has changed, so yeah.
Just volunteers,
Like,
huh?
I haven't seen any progress except for our place a little bit because
Really?
our boss guy, he's just a go-getter, and
So so they need a lot of help in Spruce Pine too. I haven't been down to Spruce Pine yet. I need to go there.
when you go across, like our Eagles too, our only grocery store there is gone.
Oh no!
So when you pass the Eagles and you go over the bridge and you take a right, you can go Upper Street, and then there's like a little thing that goes down, and that's Lower Street, and that's where everything. Because there's a train track, a train depot. It's not a usable train depot. It's just like, because it's a historic little town.
Oh wow!
So, but yeah, all of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just heartbreaking.
It is.
But we got a lot of grit.
Yeah, I noticed that about everybody out here. They're just tough as nails and just keep on going. It's
all they've went through, they still got such a good positive outlook about it.
Right.
That's what's amazing. Like all that they went through, and yet still there trying in here to encourage us, pray with us, just thank us. So that makes it worthwhile.
Yeah.
All these states, you guys are awesome.
Well, like I said, I empathize, and I'm just trying to do what I can to help out. It ain't a lot, but I do what I can. So you guys have enabled me to be here, because if it wouldn't have been for you guys doing what you do, I wouldn't be here right now, because I left town and my heart just told me I needed to come out here. So I left town with $430, and I hit here with not $1 in my pocket, not a single dollar. And I just had faith that it would work out. And I've been here 30 days now, and all I needed was food and gas in my pickup truck when I'm working and using my pickup truck up and down the road and doing stuff like that. And so I got a camper here, and I had a little bit of food with me, and it's just me and my dog. So I just, all I needed was fed, and you guys have fed me well since I've been here. You guys have done.
I've seen you go away a couple pounds heavier.
The stress and the work, probably I think I've lost a little bit, but the food has been epic, and it's helped me so much tremendously, and I just cannot thank you guys enough for enabling me to be here, because if it wouldn't have been for you guys and everything you're doing, I wouldn't be here right now. I would have been hungry and went home after the first week. I would have ran out of food and been like, well, I'm done. That's my budget. I gotta go home. And yeah, I can't cook anyway, so I'm.
The kitchen is the heart and soul. It's the same
Yeah, and it's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
So we always want you to keep in touch and come back and visit.
Yeah.
People all have some kind of connection, no matter if we're on the East Coast or the West Coast.
Yeah.
We'll always remember Helene.
Yeah.
And Pensacola.
And the people. My heart's with all you guys, man. It's been an amazing.
I think it'd be kind of cool if we all could get like on a big Zoom meeting.
Right.
A year from now.
Right.
On 9/28, and just get all together and just talk about how the year's been and share things and just to say hello.
Yeah, it'll be a beautiful thing to see how good it is in a year, because it's not going to be the same in a year. I know we're gonna have a lot of headway.
Everything's looking up.
Yeah.
Trump's in. Sorry, I'm a Trump.
No, it's okay. I mean,
I think we have such a renew of hope.
Yeah.
And then with the hope of, I'll be honest, when this all happened and saw the devastation, I was like, how are we going to recover?
Right.
Had no clue that the Lord orchestrated all these states to come in and help.
Right.
Because that's the only way that touched your heart. It had to be, is the Lord.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they'd be like, well, that's their problem, But the Lord touched so many people, and they've come from so far, left their families. I'm thinking about Christian and his wife Ashley, left their 4-month-old baby back in Florida to come up here for like 2-3 weeks and to get this all started and to help us out.
Wow.
I mean, that's a huge sacrifice for a mom to leave her baby.
Oh yeah.
After
Yeah,
4
I could
months,
imagine
you know?
a 4-month-old. That's
And
amazing.
they already had, well, that was the 6th one, I think. They had 5 kids. Rob- Yeah, so I
Wow.
mean, and then all of a sudden I saw that, and then I saw all these people rolling in, and then I would come and, where y'all from? And then to find every person I've asked was from another state.
Right.
So it was great. This has been a phenomenal experience.
So let everyone know, like that what they may see sometimes on the media is not true. There are so many people that love so many other people. And
Yeah.
that there's so much good out there.
Yeah.
Even though they don't show it.
Yeah.
It's out there.
It's definitely been a silver lining. It's restored a little faith in humanity because people from all walks have been able to come and I'm accepting of everybody. I love hearing everybody's stories and perspectives, and if we all felt the same way, this world would be pretty boring. So I embrace everybody's differences, and I really like. Yeah.
But when there's a time of need, just like family, you can have fussing with your family, but when there is a great need,
Right.
it's like all that fussing goes away and you pull together.
That's exactly what's happened here, and that's yeah.
Because that's what we Americans do.
Yeah.
This is why this is such a great country.
It's
Because
beautiful.
of its people and the way God has his hand on it. He always will.
Is there anything else you guys want to say to everybody out there? Any?
So much for everyone.
Thanks for all the donations.
Everything.
And the prayers. Because we could all not have done this without that. So.
I would say, like, just long term, just it's going to be it will be a long, cold winter for a lot of them.
Right.
But just people coming in, don't forget about the communities. Not just this one, but other areas in Western North Carolina, and just keep volunteering and serving. It'll be greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir.
It'll come
Yes,
back
sir.
twofold to y'all.
Well, I appreciate all that you guys have done. Like I said, I can't tell you guys enough, and just thank you guys so much. So the next interview was with Andrew. We all called him Vegas. I watched this man work non-stop trying to help people out there. He helped work in the communication tent and helped organize all the jobs and helped be a link in between the people out there needing help and all the volunteers trying to find somewhere to go and work. He had an extremely hard and stressful job, and I can't thank him enough for all the hard work he put in and for also showing all the care and compassion to all those people out there that he helped. He has a really big heart, and it was awesome just watching him put his heart and soul into everything he did. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this man had the best of intentions and was doing all he could to try and help people. So this is the communications tent, and where we go to get all our jobs and where they keep track of everything. And we got Vegas in here.
How you doing, brother?
Good. How you doing, man?
See you, man?
So I love hearing everybody's stories. Where are you from? What's up?
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yep. What do you do out there?
I'm a general contractor.
Awesome.
I got a small business with my little brother.
Yes, sir. Your brother's an awesome dude. I got to meet him out there, out here.
We miss him.
Yep. So what are your thoughts on everything out here, man? What have you seen? What have you done? I know. How long have you been out here?
Oh, over a month. I'm not sure exactly. But I've been staying at Camp Miller for over a month. I was here a little bit before, just doing some donation drops and stuff before we found out about the need up here.
Right.
Came up here in force. I've seen a lot of stuff up there, man. But more importantly, I've met a lot of really cool people. Not that I didn't have faith in humanity, but it's reinvigorated in a way I didn't know was possible. Seeing these people up here that are devastated by the storm, completely ignoring their own homes and their own problems to take care of their neighbors is something that you hear about in storybooks, right? You don't see it in real life, but I've seen it up here over and over and over and over and over. And it'll touch you. It'll grab you by the heart, and good luck.
Right.
Good luck getting free of it, man. Because it's changed my outlook on what being a good human being is, and what it means to to be a neighbor, to be a friend, to be part of a community. There's people up here that lost everything, you know, and they're in a really bad way, but they're still just getting out there every single day to help the people around them. And it's inspiring on a level that I just cannot articulate to you. God bless this mountain and God bless the people up here, because this is God's country. And all you have to do is be up here for an afternoon.
Yeah.
To see it.
Yeah, man. Love you, brother.
I love you, Josh. I'm so glad you came up here, man. I'm glad I got to meet you. Thank you for all you done up here, dude. You've been a force up here.
Oh man,
The Missouri boys, man. You're no joke.
I've just been trying, man.
We've all been trying, brother, but some of us have been really getting after it. And my man Josh behind the camera right now is one of them. He's a top dog up here.
Oh,
We couldn't do it without you, brother.
Oh, thank you, man. Couldn't do it without you, man. You've been helping keep all this together. You go nonstop. I see you going up and down this road 100 miles an hour, as fast as you can go.
As fast as I can go.
And just going from job to job, and you know every person here, and you know you've touched a lot of hearts and a lot of homes, and helped out just more than I could ever express. And I can't thank you enough for all you've done, man. You've done amazing work and done a lot to try and keep this together and to just.
Best, man. It's hard. There's a lot going on.
The logistics of it is just, it almost makes it impossible with everybody on the mountain and everything, and it's just so hard to try and organize all this.
It is, and I just, you know, anyone out there that feels like they're getting left behind or slipping through the cracks, I just want you to know that I feel the weight of that, you know, and we're just going to do the best we can to touch everyone that we can as fast as we can, but, you know, we're just men up here. There's no, we're just civilians, we're just people.
Right.
And we're just doing our best. So, you know, just work with us to help us get it done. And I know that the people are. It's just unbelievable.
Right.
The support that we've given and the love and this community just opened up to us, and I've never felt more accepted in my entire life.
It's a beautiful thing,
I love this
man.
mountain, man. I love
Me
it up
too,
here.
man. These people are wonderful, and they're just, it really makes my heart hurt to see what they have to go through, man.
It does, brother, but that's why we're here.
Yes, sir.
We're here to get them squared up.
So have you seen government much, or is it just volunteers and us, or have you seen...
When I first started coming up, there was a few National Guard poking around more towards Burnsville, but I haven't seen FEMA on Pensacola. I maybe saw one or two trucks driving through, didn't
Right.
stop. It's just private organizations up here. It's just people taking care of people.
Right.
And it makes you happy and it makes you sad, because this is the United States of America and that means something to us. But we've let some of these people, not we, the governing bodies have let some of these people down. They shouldn't be on private organizations this much. We need resources that are just unavailable to everyday, common, regular people. We need help up here, and we need it really bad. And we need men in the government to step up and quit hiding.
Right.
Stand up and do what you're supposed to do. Do what you know you should do. Quit cowering.
Right.
Join us up on this mountain. Let's get some work done.
Right. Yeah, it makes me mad to know that the government has the means and the ability, and they piss it away on other stuff, and they're not up here helping out to these people that massively need help right in our own country and our own land. And it's just it's infuriating to watch from our level and doing all we can, knowing that they have the resources and they're not here.
They're not here, but we are.
Yeah.
And we got God with us, so have faith, brother. There's nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear. Give me a hug, dude.
All right, man. I appreciate your time, brother. I'm gonna give. Oh man.
I love you, dude.
I love you, brother. I know you're a busy man.
No,
You're always go, and I know you got to get to it.
always make time, brother. I can always make time.
But this is the communication tent. This is how they roll. They got a board over here, and they've just been doing everything they can to.
Except for cleaning.
We ain't got no time for that. So this next interview is with a kind woman named Rebecca, and she was wonderful, and she was awesome enough to give me an interview and just kind of tell me what she had seen while she was there. I never had the chance to work with her on any projects. Our paths kind of crossed a couple times through camp. I know she'd been there a little over a week when we had this interview. I saw she was always busy helping out and doing stuff. We just never had a chance to really work on anything together, unfortunately. She also was willing to do a philosophy interview, which I greatly appreciate. I really love talking philosophy with people, and I love hearing people's stories. And I can't tell her how much I appreciate all she was doing to help everybody out there in North Carolina, and for taking the time to sit down and talk to me with an interview. And if you want to hear our philosophy interview, just go ahead and look for the next video in this series. All right. So we're out here. What was your name again, dear?
My name is Rebecca.
Rebecca. All right, Rebecca. And where are you from?
Santa Barbara, California.
Santa Barbara. Awesome. I think you've been here about a week now?
Yep.
What do you think of everything you've seen out here so far?
I think it's both better and worse than what I thought.
Right.
I worked for Red Cross during Katrina, so I had a pretty good idea of how bad it could be.
Right.
And but here I say it's worse because, the damage is real bad.
Right.
It's real bad, and a lot of it's like tornado damage where it hit one house, left the other house, and then hit the house next to it.
Right.
And, I've seen people in some really hard situations, but it's so much better because everybody's got a joyful attitude.
Right.
Everybody's like really helpful for one another, and that kind of surprised me. Like, I don't think I've met one person with a crappy attitude. Not one.
Right.
All the welfare checks that I've done, not one person.
Wow.
So, and that's amazing to me. And everybody's super grateful and thankful and appreciative. And even there were people coming in the first couple days I was here saying they lost everything. Where can we donate the rest of our stuff that wasn't ruined?
Really?
I know.
Wow.
And so my heart is moved.
Right.
Like greatly. And
Right.
I mean, I've cried a couple times, just broken down.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I feel so much joy. Like the Holy Spirit is definitely at work here.
Right.
Definitely. And so that is the better part of it.
Right.
But it's been really amazing.
So you've been doing wellness checks and just going out and checking on people and making sure they're taken care of?
Yeah, that was the first couple of days, and I was delivering meals and, just making sure, what do you need, what do you, and then coming back and reporting
Right.
to the people here so they can, get it back out to them.
Right.
Like
And
that.
we're all our puzzle pieces. Everybody has a different thing, and we just come together. And with me, I never know what I want to be doing from one day to the next. I just go and try and put my hands on wherever.
Me too, me too. I see trash or I see this or whatever needs to be done, and I pick that up,
Right.
Yeah, go for it.
Right. What do you think we could do the most out here? What do you think?
I think being present is a big deal. I mean, it's like, people obviously are going to need their homes. They're obviously going to need this and that and the other thing. Like, everybody needs food. Everybody needs water.
Right.
We all need security and warmth, especially through the winter. But presence is, like, the biggest thing. Being there for people and, like, looking them in the eyes and, what can I do for you today? Is there anything I can do for you right now?
Right.
And, like, that presence. Because we're not always able to solve every challenge. We can't, we literally can't do that.
Right.
But being there makes all the difference, and that's what I found. Like, another thing that's really uplifting is the presence here. There's so many people,
Right.
so and people are genuinely helping, like
Right.
just digging in, jumping in both feet first,
Right.
I mean, that's what happened to me. I just got here and I was like, put me to work, and they did. And so, like, that presence, being there is like the number one thing. And then, just, I mean, I see, like, the problem solving around here is real, it's
Right.
quick, and it may not be pretty, but it works.
Efficient.
And so, efficiency and presence,
And I know you're sacrificing a lot, and you're coming out here and just staying in the tent to try and help out. And I appreciate all your tenacity and everything you're doing. It's just
we're mountain people. It's hard to get us off of any issue we put our minds to. So,
Heck yeah. Anything else you think or seen out here? Have you seen a lot of government, or do you what do you think? Is it volunteers, or what do you?
It's all volunteers, as far as I can tell. We had in the kitchen, when I was working in the kitchen, there's some support with meals from a place called World Central Kitchen.
Okay.
And they've been supporting us with like lunchtime, so we get a break in the kitchen.
Okay.
But other than that, I haven't seen it's been just people.
Yeah.
It's people helping people, Americans helping Americans. There was an Israeli gentleman here.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like, people are coming from all, but it's
I helped him.
civilians.
He helped me on a bridge, or
Yeah,
helped us on a
11
bridge.
people,
Yeah.
But it's been civilians helping civilians. Like, I haven't seen any governmental agencies when I run through the towns. No, it's just people. There was like the Cajun Navy, I think, was back
Yeah.
here, like had tents set up and everything else. But it's been just people.
Yeah.
People helping people. Like, I haven't seen any organized groups, and other than that World Central Kitchen,
Right.
you know, I haven't seen any supportive services.
Right. I know Samaritan's Purse is out here, and they're
Yeah,
kind of
that's another
organized,
one,
but they're not a government agency.
Right,
they're
yeah.
a private entity.
Yeah,
you
NGO,
know.
yeah, that's cool.
But they're about the only big thing out here. Everything else is just people that said, "Hey, I'm going to go out and help," and just random people, man.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. The Lord called me, and here I am.
Yeah. This next interview is with the well guy, and this guy is just the most important guy that I could ever imagine us having out there, because water is our most important need on this planet, and boy was he needed out there. I unfortunately couldn't remember his name. We talked a couple times, but I always saw him out working. Just everywhere I went, he would be out at somebody's house just going nonstop. This man was a hero in the community. He really gave up a lot to be able to be out there, and I can't thank him enough for everything he did. He really did a lot, and he was so important and such a valued necessity out there. I really appreciate him taking the time to talk to me. I highly suggest watching this interview all the way through, because at the end of the interview, he kind of tells a little story that is just one of the most beautiful stories I've heard in my life. And it's just really an awesome, amazing thing to some of the stuff that we witnessed out there, and I'm really glad he shared the story with me, and I'm glad I could share it with you guys. Thanks for watching, everyone. I know you're from Florida, right?
Yep, I'm up here from Florida, up here trying to get people water, fixing wells.
Yes, sir.
I've got a lot of folks water. That's why thankfully our water tin over there is still packed full of water, because I've been getting everybody's wells up and going, and hadn't had the need to drink a bottled water. So
I know you're a hard-working man, and I've seen you go nonstop since you've been here, and you are the hero of this community, man. You are bringing wells and bringing water, and that is essential to life.
I go behind these hurricanes all the time in Florida, because you can live without a lot of things, but water's not one of them.
Right.
You can do it without electricity, you can do it without the gas in that truck, but you can't do long without that water.
Yes, sir.
And it's the lifeblood that keeps everything else going.
Yes, sir. I know you're missing some, I talked to you a little bit earlier, and you got some hunting property in Missouri, and you're missing deer season right now. And that is a hard thing to do, especially when you put as much as you did into what you got going on, man.
And that is, but I can't bring myself away from here. I got here a month ago and can't even intend to go home, but let's go somewhere else and go deer hunting.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all you're doing, man. You are an amazing man, and you're doing amazing work out here. What's the most, what do you think of everything going on out here? What do you think?
I mean, this camp right here, it's made a difference. It may only be a little part of the state, but it's made a big difference in this community here.
Yes, sir.
It's amazing what good people still around can do.
Yeah. It's like, the way I say it is that we're all puzzle pieces, man, and we all just try and just fit our piece for the day, man. And I kind of roam and do it all, but I know you've been doing the essential stuff and the hard work. How many wells do you think you've got going since you've been out here?
At least a couple dozen, and
wow.
Now I'm working on some spring boxes that I'm not accustomed to back in Florida too much, but
right.
It's still getting water into a house, so it's just a little bit of a learning curve on it, but we getting several of them up and going too that got damaged in the storm.
The spring boxes?
Yes, sir.
I've never seen anything like that. I don't know.
The water comes out the side of that mountain right there. They got a box built for a reservoir and got a pump thrown over in it, and it's pumping water straight into their house. It's probably better water. I know it's a lot better water than you get out of a city water system, but it's probably better water than what's coming out of the drilled wells around here.
Like an artesian well style?
That's exactly.
And they just put it in
a natural spring coming right out of the earth side of the ground right there.
Wow.
Capture the water before anything can contaminate it out here, and it's
so they're drinking it, they don't have to boil it or do none of that?
No filter system, no nothing on it.
Wow, that is neat.
Most of them, you'll see a lot of them up in the mountains. They'll have big cement boxes built up there, but we went to one yesterday. It's been there for 100 years. It's up underneath a big giant boulder, and they rocked in the face of it where nothing could get in there to it, and run them a tube out for the water to run out, just like a pipe coming out the side of the building there.
Oh man, that is awesome.
Yep.
That is so cool.
But that's where this place started. Why there's so many people in this community right here. It's been here for 100 years because there was water coming outside the mountains people could live off of. That's where it sprung up at right here.
And so that's why
the Indians was here back before white man was ever here because they a good water supply.
I've seen that throughout history. When you study history,
where you go,
yeah, we just build on top of other societies, and history goes back way further.
And it all goes back to where you got that water at.
Yeah, even Cahokia in St. Louis, there's a civilization there that was bigger than anywhere in England in 1000 AD, and we just built
a plentiful supply of water there.
Yeah, it's right on the river, and that's why they built the mounds, is to get up off the river. And I could imagine what it was like back then.
It all depends on that water. That's the lifeblood.
It is.
Of everything that goes. The trees don't grow, the animals don't live, the people don't live.
Yep.
Your food don't get bacon. You ain't got water to produce it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so since you've been out here, what have you seen? You seen a lot of volunteers, or do you see a lot of government out here?
Nothing but volunteers. I ain't seen no government nowhere. The only government I've seen, when they show up, stuff starts getting slowed down and hindered.
Yeah.
Progress. That's the only government I've seen.
It seems to be the story, man.
It's if it wasn't right now, if it wasn't for the government, when the permits and stuff, we'd have a lot more people out of these tents living back in their houses right now already.
So they're slowing stuff down.
We got sawmills cutting lumber. We got,
yeah.
They won't let them get electricity hooked back up till they got an inspection done on them, and they're not going to build nothing that I ain't going to live in. I ain't going to let nobody else live in it neither. But that's holding. They're holding up more than they're doing good by a long way.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, if you got somebody that has nowhere else to go or something that may not pass permit, I'd let them get where they need to be.
I'm from Florida, and after a hurricane, we have to deal with sweating a little bit because the air conditioners don't run. But
right.
It's a lot different when it's fit to be in the teens up here, and they still people living in tents.
Yeah.
It put a snow last week. I mean, you want your mama living in a tent?
No, absolutely not. I think that's going to be my next process, and thing I'm going to try and pick up is I'm going to try and help get campers out here and just figure out a way to help these people out, man. So,
well, in the county I live in, there's 200 FEMA trailers sitting beside the I-10 waiting to be dispatched, but they ain't moved since I ain't seen not a one in North Carolina.
Yeah. So they got them all down in Florida, and it's prolific out there.
Sitting there on a lot, ready to go.
But they're not here at all. I don't get it, man. I don't understand. So it's just a different world. I mean, you're from Florida, so you see this, and you do the storms.
I mean, every year, I go to probably twice a year, I'd say.
Really?
Something like this.
Oh,
but
man.
It's nothing like this in Florida, because, I mean, hurricane, what was it, the one that come through after Helene hit here, it was Milton hit down in St. Pete. Florida had 4.3 million without power. Took them about 4 days to get them all back up.
Wow.
We had trucks sitting there waiting, 100 miles away from where it hit at, and
yeah,
we was ready to go and get it done. We do it every year. But up here, you can't prepare for it taking the earth away.
Yeah.
And that's what it done for 200 miles through North Carolina and Tennessee.
Yeah.
I mean, it changed the whole landscape of the land. I mean, the rock slides coming down the mountains right here where it looks like a dry waterfall from the top of the mountain to the bottom. You can't, if your house is in the middle of that, it's just, you're lucky if you're still standing around. But I've seen many a miracle story since I've been here about people that's made it through what's happened out here.
Yeah, I talked to a gentleman the other day that said 100 yards from his house, he didn't even recognize where he was. After the storm hit, he said he couldn't even tell. It wasn't the same.
Yeah, we don't deal with it. Talking to a fella, he said he got so scared listening to the boulders bouncing down the mountain behind his house, he got out and got in his car, him and his wife, and pulled up the mountain across the road, and then the landslide took them all the way back down in their car and wrapped the car around the tree. Broke his back, but they both still alive.
Wow.
He walked out of it, but that's...
What are you going to do?
What do you do?
Yeah, I
Get
mean...
in my house and get crushed by a giant rock, or get in my truck and go up here and ride a landslide down that turns my car into something unrecognizable.
Yeah, it's terrifying to think about the whole world coming down around you everywhere you're going.
Everywhere you went.
And nowhere to go.
Like you could leave, because a lot of the roads were covered up under a river flowing at 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Full of rocks and trees and everything else.
Yeah.
And when it can wrap a connex around a tree 40 foot high and split a connex into it, you don't mess with that right there.
Yeah, you're not getting across that. There's nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do. Hope you can get out of it and watch it sit there I spoke to an 11-year-old boy. He said, me and Mama watched everything we owned get swept up by the river. He said, then it took us. He said, I don't know how far down the river we went. His mama sat behind him, says about a mile and a half, 2 miles before we caught onto a tree.
Oh, man.
I told that little boy, I said, you're destined for something, son. You got a purpose in this life.
That's right. Man. That's hard, man. It's hard. So much of the stories around here, it tugs on the heartstrings, man. It's a lot to take in, man. It's a lot.
And it's every day that you hear something, see something like that.
It is. Every day.
Talk to people that, after the storm, I walked out and walked about a half a mile, and I found half of one of my friends. They still ain't found the other half. That's what I got told here about 2 weeks ago. How do you talk to somebody like that?
Yeah.
You can't imagine. And I've been here in the middle of it for nearly a month and a half, and I still can't wrap my head around some of it.
Right. It's a lot. Well, brother, I don't want to hold you up anymore. I know you're a super busy man, but I appreciate you taking the time to tell your story and just share it with us. I'm trying to let the world know what's going on here, and I always try.
Somebody needs to, cause it ain't known a lot of places away from here.
Right. Yeah, they just don't know. People might have seen it on TV for a second, and they know there's something here, but they don't understand the scope or the depth.
A little bit of storm damage, but they don't understand that it's a lot more than a little bit of storm damage. Well, you'll be able to come right here in 100 years and see evidence. It'll look just like it does today in 100 years in some places in these mountains right here, I guarantee you.
Yeah, the rivers will still be wide and still be.
Compare that right there. I mean, you don't. That landslide right there when it comes down, and I mean, you can see a little one right there. That ain't nothing compared to what some of them are.
Right.
I mean, when it looks like it's bare rock from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
It looks like a waterfall dried up. I mean, you don't fix that. That scar's there for another 1,000 years.
Yeah.
It'll be on the side of that mountain.
Yeah.
You know, you'll see it forever.
Yeah. Well, man.
And all the people that's gone, probably, I don't know, I wouldn't be scared to say 8 or 10,000 probably.
Right.
Before it's all over with, if the truth be known.
Yeah.
I mean, the town of Asheville, North Carolina, 150,000 people, at least 4,000 or 5,000 homeless. They're going to live downtown by the river, under the river bridges. They didn't have no warning. They didn't have no time to know. They got 45-foot water in the 4th floor of the condos in Asheville, North Carolina.
Wow.
You know, they're telling how they don't know, way of ever knowing how many people got. You know, one town ordered 4,000 body bags. You don't put them on the shelf.
Right.
You know, they still a couple over 3,000 missing here right now in the few counties right around here.
Wow.
That, you know.
I know at the county meeting they said there were 10 that had passed away and 3 missing, and that's what they said for Yancey County, in this county where we're standing. I went to the county meeting and saw them say that.
That's what the government said.
Yeah.
I've talked to the people out here.
Yeah.
The numbers don't add up.
They don't
They don't add up. You talk to the population, and then where you go to see the official this, that, and the other.
Right.
But, you know, it's one thing about the social media nowadays. You can't cut it all off. They try to keep it in, but it's slowly getting out.
And that's where I'm at, man. And that's why I'm trying to tell the true story out of boots on the ground.
It's a bad thing, the social media. They think they can control it a little bit, but there's too much of it out there, and even their algorithms can't keep it all off.
Yeah.
They get it off there, but if you watch TikTok videos, don't filter near as much.
Right.
A lot of the other places, they filter it. You know,
right.
If you watch it and just add it all up, take all the pieces and judge for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, there's going to be some both ways. That's stretching it, that's lying, that's, you know.
Right.
But take it all, feed it in, eat it, take it all in, and then use your own brain if you got a brain, and see what you come up with.
And that's what I'm trying to do right here, is just hear everybody's boots on the ground story, because this is the epitome of where it's at. You know, they can give us some BS on TV or tell us whatever, but they ain't changing your story, and they ain't changing what you saw or what I've seen or what's happening right here. They ain't changing that.
That's it.
Yep.
And that's where the truth. That's where you find out the real truth at. Because, like I said, the media, the government, everybody, they're gonna put their own spin on it.
Right.
You get out here, boots on the ground, and I mean, what I've seen, it's all good-hearted American people out here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me too. And it's a silver lining to a very dark cloud, but it does restore a little faith in humanity.
That's definitely what's making the difference out here. Is it ain't got nothing to do with the government money or the local, state, federal, anybody else.
Right.
It's about people helping people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all you've done, man. You're a great man. You're a great man. Thank you very much. After this, we talked for a moment, and he told me one of the most amazing stories I'd ever heard in my life. I knew it was too good to not share with the rest of the world, so I asked him if I could record it and share it with you guys. This is truly an inspiring story, and what the world needs now more than anything. All right, so you told me just a great story, and I gotta share it, man. So tell me about when you first hit town here.
I first pulled into North Carolina. I pulled into Asheville at the Otine Baptist Church right across from the VA clinic in Asheville, North Carolina. And the lady asked me if she could help me, and I told her no, I was here to see if I could help her. She said, well, what can you do for me? And I said, well, you got any water issues? And she said, matter of fact, I do. We pull around the back of the other side of the church, and there's a semi-trailer full of portable showers sitting there, and then there's an 8,000-gallon tanker truck for water sitting there side of it. She says, it's been here since this morning, and we can't get nobody to get the water to the showers. I said, let me look at it. So I get over there and look at it, and I got enough stuff in my truck, about 45 minutes, I had the shower going. So I asked her about any kind of phone service so I could call my pump suppliers, and she said, as a matter of fact, we got the internet service. She said, we had 6 Buddhist monks come hook us up internet yesterday. And
wow,
Starlink, and then the next day we were around, and 1,200 Mormons happened to pull up in there hunting places to go to fix roofs and stuff. And she said, you don't see that too often. You got Mormons pulling up at a Baptist church, and Buddhist monks had just been here the day before. I said, well, you can throw Methodists in there because I got 2 or 3 Methodist churches back home behind me.
Oh, so man,
that just shows you what a situation like this bring together that you don't see happening every day normally nowadays. But it puts your faith back in this country, and in the good Lord above to make things happen when you need to.
And it's a beautiful thing, just seeing people from all walks of life come together and just put aside everything and just work together.
Forget about all your differences.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, it's time to do it. Don't matter what letters in front of your name when you go vote or anything else.
Man, that's the most beautiful thing. I love it so much, man. Thank you for sharing all this, man. That's just it's so beautiful, and that's just.
I tell folks back home, I said I've probably had my neck hugged more times in the last month up here than I have in 20 years, and it ain't no just putting her arm around you and saying thank you. It's look, you got to give me some air. It's like thank you. You know,
right.
That's what makes every bit of it worth it up here.
Yes, sir.
Seeing that, because I mean, we may not be helping that much in our eyes, but in the mental, in the mindset of this community right here, we're making a big difference.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, man, I appreciate you sharing that story. You shared it with me, and I knew the rest of the world needed to hear it, man. I personally am non-religious, so you can throw me into the mix there as well. I think this is one of the most beautiful stories that I've ever heard. I really appreciate him for sharing it, and I really appreciate everybody coming out and doing what they did. And I think the world just needs a lot more of this right now. I really wish we could just stop all the division and all the fighting and just try and come together and get along. You know, it sucks that this was such a terrible disaster, but seeing moments like this are just the most beautiful moments in humanity. And I wish that we could do it normally without it being under circumstances like this. It breaks my heart to see the world constantly fighting, and I wish it didn't have to be this way. But it's moments like these that give you hope and show you there is a different way, and that we can all work together and get along and work for the same goal. And we may not believe the same thing, but we can still put our differences aside and work together to try and help each other and help humanity. And I think that's what the world needs now more than anything. I really appreciate you guys listening to this man's amazing story. So this next interview was with Madeline. Everyone at camp called her Mama, and she was definitely the mom of the camp. She took care of us all, and she was just the sweetest, most kind lady ever. Her and her husband, David, they took care of all 5 tents down there that had all the supplies for the communities. I'm talking clothes, bedding, food, like canned goods, stuff like that, all the healthcare supplies that everybody would need, diapers, deodorant, just everything. Any kind of personal necessity that anybody would need, they took care of. They organized all the tents, and they just worked their hearts out constantly, non-stop. And they lived there. They lived there through the storm, too. They were locals. She was 1.5 miles down the road. And they had to survive the storm, and they really had to go through some stuff. They had to watch helplessly as their neighbors were trapped in the middle of the river. If you look at these pictures, it doesn't even look like there's anybody in there. But there's actually 5 people in them. 2 people trapped in the trailer, 2 people in one of the vehicles, and 1 guy trapped on the shed. And they themselves only knew about 1 person that was stuck on the shed. They didn't even know about the other 4 until later. It's a miracle. But all 5 of them survived. It's really a pretty incredible story that she shares with me. What they had to go through was remarkable, but they still woke up every day and worked tirelessly to help their community. It was truly a beautiful thing that they did, and they were just absolutely wonderful people. I can't thank them enough for all the hard work and everything they did for the camp and for the people of Pensacola and just for everything in general. And I really appreciate Mama taking the time to sit down and have an interview with me. I break it up into 2 interviews. There's one where we just talk about the storm, and then there's another one where she sits down and talks philosophy with me. So be sure and check out the next video in this series to hear her philosophy interview. It's pretty awesome. All right, so I'm out here with Mama, the camp mama. She has been working her heart out here, and you've just been out here every day since I've been here, and you and David put your heart and soul out here, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the hard work you've done. And I know we got the beautiful mountain back there in the background. You said, what's the name of that mountain?
Big Butt.
And that's the real name of it? Awesome.
I have a feeling that some mountaineer a long time ago said this thing's a big butt to climb, and that's my guess anyway. Knowing my ancestors, I'm sure it was something like that.
Oh, that's so funny. So, I know you've been doing a lot here in the tents, and you've been just basically running all this end of the camp and doing all the tents. What all do you got down here? You guys have...
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we are sort of on the far side of the hill as far as our services here at the camp. That since the flood, about a week after the flood, we opened Camp Miller here. It started at the fire department, but that was just because there was nowhere else to do it that had electricity. And then, so they moved down here into this field for Camp Miller, and it's called that because it's owned by the Miller family. And so they asked David and myself, my husband and me, to be in charge of supply. So that means that we are in charge of managing and stocking and giving out all of the goods that people in the community would need while they're trying to recover. So we have food of every kind, non-perishable food. We have animal food. We have livestock food in a small amount. Like we do have other ministries that are helping people with their farms in general, but we do have a few things on hand just for livestock. And then we have all your cleaning supplies, your personal supplies like shampoo and soap and everything. And then we have diapers and baby needs. And then we have a huge tent just full of clothes for every type of warm clothes, boots, jackets, and then a whole tent full of blankets and sleeping bags and camping gear and things that help people to stay warm and keep going while they were kind of figuring out their needs.
Right.
And as we go further and further into the past the disaster, those things we've needed them less and less. Like people are beginning to need them less and less. So we are moving into beginning to change what we're doing here in the valley, because we don't want our help to become a crutch to where people are not able to get back on their feet, because we don't want to crush the economy or cause the economy to slump, because you can go too far with charity where people can't take care of themselves after a while.
Right.
Because then the money leaves the valley, nobody's buying anything, and next thing you know, it's hard to get back on your feet. So we've got some great wise people running this camp who are working on ways to continue to help without it only being free.
Right.
So getting donations, finding contractors that can be paid that way, things like that. Just all kinds of neat stuff. So
well, I'm going to take a quick view of your tents here.
Yeah.
Now this first tent is the one with
that's
all
the food.
That's all full of food in there, and I might go in and take some shots here in a second. And then that tent there, it's empty now.
The cleaning tent and the personal care tent, but we've now consolidated them both into one tent.
Okay.
Partly because as it gets colder, it's getting more difficult to keep the tents warm.
Okay.
And they also weren't really designed to be in this kind of environment, so they're having a hard time staying intact.
Right.
So caring for one tent's a lot easier than caring for two.
Right. So. And then the next tent is the clothing.
And then the camping and bedding.
Oh, it's the last one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And those are great. Those are like military medical tents, and they're inflatable.
Yeah.
So they're very durable, and they're not hard to keep warm.
I heard they were medical tents, and they're
designed that way. They have these little bays in there that you can close off, kind of like you would imagine an emergency room with all these little rooms.
Yeah, like they Velcro.
So we've kind of made it into sections in the store in
right.
the same way. So yeah.
That's awesome. I know you've put a lot of work in here, and you, David, have pretty much ran this.
Just the supply end, yeah. We're responsible for everything you see here.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's
and then we have a great leadership team over us that's been managing all of the different aspects of being in this valley and helping the people.
Right.
And so we've been privileged to have one part of that and make a difference here.
So. Right. What do you think of everything you've seen? I know you were here right when it happened, huh?
Oh yes, we're kind of unusual in the camp because most of the people serving here in the camp are from out of town.
Right.
Amazing volunteers who just said, "Hey, your life is more important than our life. We're going to come help." But there's a few of us who live here, and that's been awesome because it's amazing when you suddenly feel like the flood came to in the front of our house. Our house was fine. But many of our neighbors, as you may have seen in the video that we gave you, that many of our neighbors went down the river and none of them died. They should have died, but they did not.
It's amazing. You told me there were 5 people in that video.
5 people in that video somewhere, even though we didn't know it at the time. And one of them we knew. His name's Jeff. He's our friend and neighbor. And we were sure he had died, and he did not.
That's amazing.
And then all those people ended up, most of those people, not all of them, but a good number of those people ended up at our house, plus some other people whose houses did not wash away, but they were trapped there because of the water. They ended up at our house because our house was the only one still intact enough to take care of anybody. And so we had this massive privilege to help our neighbors for a day or two because nobody could leave the valley, so we didn't have anywhere to go.
So that's a beautiful thing. So
it was such a blessing because it's our heart to help people, and literally we woke up in the mission field is what we feel like.
Right.
That the minute we've had opportunities to do short-term mission work and things like that, but we woke up one day and suddenly the mission field is our front yard.
Yeah.
And so in some ways it was, I don't want to say this the wrong way, but in some ways it was a dream come true to be able to put our hand to really helping people, and people that we loved, and people that we knew, and people that were our friends and community members. So when we started serving down here at Camp Miller, that's literally a mile and a half from our house. So we joked that we're 1.5 mile missionaries, and we're literally in a mission field.
Wow.
We're in a field, So we thought that was kind of good sense of humor, by God. That he's like, you're really going to literally go into a field.
Wow.
So being able to get up every day and drive literally 1.5 miles to be part of a team that their heart is to love the people and take care of them and help them has been it's been a really difficult and incredibly rewarding experience for us.
Right. And it's just the people that needed it the most, you guys have helped them. And it's just I can't thank you enough for all you guys have done.
Maybe we helped them, but I have to tell you that it's meant the world to us.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you guys were here, how long did you ever leave, or did you have to get helicoptered out, or did you stay here?
No, thankfully, no. The first time we left the valley, I believe it was Monday. And it was in the back of a truck, and that was probably the scariest hour of my life so far, or one of them anyway.
Really?
Yes, because up to that point, really up to probably Monday, the only way to get, well, no, maybe not that long. I know that we heard it in increments because we were going to the fire department every day because my husband has to use a CPAP at night to sleep, and he has a battery pack for it, but it has to be charged every day. And the only place to get electricity was the fire department.
Wow.
So the first time we went to the fire department, you couldn't get all the way to the fire department because the road was washed out. But you could get close enough and then pick your way through the creek to get there. So that was a little nuts. And then about a day or so later, they got that enough gravel in there where you could drive across. And so we were going to the fire department every day, not only to charge David's battery for his CPAP, but also it was the only way to get any news. It was the only way to find out what was happening.
Right.
And they had a sign-in sheet where everybody would put down that they were okay, so we could keep a record of where everybody was. There were all these wild stories of hundreds of people dying and hundreds of people, and thankfully that didn't end up being true. But at first, nobody knew.
Right.
So nobody knew how many people were hurt or dead or missing, and so it was a pretty terrifying few days. But as more and more information came in, I think many of us were amazed at what didn't happen.
Right.
Like that, not that it wasn't that bad.
Right.
Even though it's pretty bad,
Right.
it could have been so much worse.
Right.
Like I said, we had 5 people that we saw go down the river in their homes or in the water in their truck, and they should have died, and none of them did.
Wow.
I mean, there was no reason to believe that they would have survived that, except that they did.
Right. That's amazing. I know you said there was that one guy on the shed, and then 2 people in the truck, and then
a married couple in one of the trailers that it broke apart, and they rode the river on their couch.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and they, I don't know all the details after that, so I wouldn't want to speak to it, but I know they got pretty torn up by a barbed wire fence and had to get some medical care, and they don't, they lost their home completely, but they are okay.
That's the most important part.
Yeah.
And that's just.
Yeah, you can replace a home, you can't replace a person.
No. No. How long were you guys completely cut off from society out here?
Yes, for about 3 days.
3 days?
We had the electricity at the fire department, and we had each other. We had the neighborhood, like the community. People descended on the fire department because nobody knew where else to go.
Right.
And so, and then people started taking their 4-wheelers and their side-by-sides up into communities to find people and look for people and do what needed to be done. And then I want to say Monday was the first day you could get out. And we did it in the bed of a 4-wheel drive truck, and the guy doing it, he said if he had known how bad it was, he would not have done it.
Really?
Yeah, and once we all went through there, we were like, wow, we survived that, Wow. It was my husband, myself, and our 14-year-old daughter that did it. And then after that, it depended on the day how good the road was, because it wasn't really designed for the vehicles that needed to come in because it was so destroyed.
Right.
And you work in you can see everywhere that's nicely paved on Boland's Creek, there was no road.
Right.
So just imagine what that was like to navigate through.
Yeah, when I first came here, it was still pretty muddy. I imagined that it was. I mean, you can see where it was just tucked away.
Yeah, and just certainly we're not the only community that went through that, but we definitely were pretty hard hit. So.
Yeah, I know this is definitely one of the hardest hit areas, and it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. But I'll tell you what I see. I see people working hard to take care of each other.
Yeah. That's what I see. And we're not leaving people in tents. We're not leaving them in cars. That's not happening in this valley. If anybody tells you that, it's not true. I mean, if I knew somebody was in a car or a tent, what else would we do but be trying to find them a better place to go?
Right.
Now, I think we've got a couple of people that have chosen to put up a tent and stay on their property because that's just what they want to do.
Right.
Because they want to stay there and they're independent, whatever. But as far as people being forced to do that, not in Pensacola. Right. I can't speak for anyone else, but not in Pensacola.
Right. I know.
So that stuff is not true. And also, we don't have hundreds of dead people that they haven't told us about. We had 3 people dying in this valley. 3. That's it. And there might be. I think there's a handful of. There's a handful of missing people, but not more than a handful that they have not been able to find in the community. So.
Right. I just know from what I've seen, and that's why I'm here trying to hear everybody's stories and perspectives, and it's just I don't know, I'm just learning a lot, and I've seen that a lot of this is just volunteers, and that it's a lot of.
As far as I know, it's almost all volunteers.
So you haven't seen much government here since the start, or as like the?
Well, yes, we've had several National Guard teams come in. We've had several actual active duty military groups come in and do some amazing work right there at the beginning, probably before you got here.
Right.
It was
I
really
got here
in that first month.
Yeah, and I got here right about.
And then a lot of their skills weren't really needed after that I know of, because we needed people that could come in long term after that, like big, heavy excavators and skilled workers. But they came in and did a lot of stuff that they were trained to do, like search and rescue, like going up wellness checks, hiking into people's houses to find out if they're okay. Things that the military was trained to do, and they were great at it. It did get a little bit funny a couple of times, because they would go to somebody's house and the people would see that it was a military vehicle with a bunch of Army guys on it, and they wouldn't answer the door because they were scared.
Right.
So we started sending like locals with them so that they could say, hey, we're not here, we're here to help you.
Right, and it's not here for...
In my experience, that's all we got was help. I can't tell you that I heard or I experienced anything but them helping.
Right.
And then I got to commend this one Marine group, which is funny because my husband's Army and we always joke about Marines, but there was a Marine group that had they took their leave, like not even on duty, from Camp Lejeune, and came up here and served.
I've seen a lot of that
when
too.
They were on their leave.
Yeah.
We've got a guy that's stationed in Charleston in the Navy who's not even taking leave. This is the very edge of his liberty distance he's allowed to go. So he comes almost every weekend and serves all weekend and then goes back to his job in the Navy all week. And he's been doing that almost every weekend for the past month and a half.
I've seen a lot of military people out here. It doesn't necessarily seem like they're here for the military, but they're military people and coming here on their own accord.
I've seen both.
Right.
I don't know anything about federal response because we weren't eligible for any of it, that's fine because we didn't need any of it. Our house was not damaged in any way. All we lost was power and water like everyone else, and so we just had to wait for the infrastructure to fix that.
Right.
And they really worked hard. They told us it'd be months, and we got our power on a month to the day.
Wow.
And if you knew how far out we live and how much damage there was, if I could show you, them getting that done in a month is incredible.
Absolutely.
Those people are incredible.
The work that's been gone on here is incredible on all levels.
And as far as I understand it, there is a very, very tiny number of people in Yancey County who still don't have electricity. It's almost everyone has electricity now.
I know there's, I've talked to a couple people here that are still on the mountain that don't have power here.
And some of that is about rebuilding the infrastructure, and some of that's about not being able to connect to a house because of the damage that it has.
Right.
So there's definitely lots of reasons, but it's not because they're not busting their hump to make it happen.
Right. And it's just, it's heartbreaking because nobody out here had insurance on their stuff.
Right.
And so
why would we have flood insurance when we're 2 football fields from the river and up on a hill?
Right. And even mudslides and stuff. I mean, whether people lost a $3 million home or whether they lost a $30,000 home, they still lost it and there's no recouping it. So
right. And I'm sure that it depends on the insurance company too. But.
Yeah.
And see, because I've been really careful to not have much of an opinion about that.
Right.
Simply because we didn't need any of it, and so I don't have any personal experience.
Right.
But like as far as FEMA, the only thing we received was that $750 grant to help cover immediate emergency expenses.
Right.
And we did the application because why not?
Right.
And that's why we got that. But then very quickly it became clear to us and to FEMA that none of their services were appropriate for us.
Right.
Because we just had to wait for the power company to fix the power. Our well was fine as long as we could get power.
Right.
And our property is owned by our landlord, so any kind of claim he would have to make would be him. But we don't need a claim because we did not sustain any damage.
Yeah.
So I can't even speak to what they're doing.
Right.
So.
Yeah. What do you think is the most needed thing out here? What people need the most right now?
I think 2 things, and one of them you'll be obvious, and the other one might surprise you. The first thing that we need is volunteers. People who are willing to come and put their hand to anything that needs to be done.
Absolutely.
We need people who have skills, and we need people who just have willingness.
Right.
We also need people who have like chaplains and spiritual training that feel comfortable reaching into a community and checking on people's hearts and their minds and helping them walk through this disaster. And that wasn't the thing. We need volunteers of all kinds. The other thing we need is communication. Yeah. And by that, what I mean is that we need people who want to help to connect with a local ministry or an established, verified, ministry or volunteer team to find out what is needed before they arrive. Like, don't bring a bunch of supplies unless somebody that is in leadership in a camp or in a ministry or in a government has said those are the things we need. Because at this point, receiving just random donations, it makes us pivot from the things that we need to be doing to manage things that we don't need to be doing.
Right.
Like we don't need any clothes.
Right. I've realized that real quick. I made the mistake of bringing clothes. I'm so sorry, but I didn't bring them here. I ended up taking them to Goodwill.
You're not alone. But that's why I'm telling this is because there are a lot of people that want to help.
Right.
And will help, but don't realize that maybe the way they're thinking of helping is not going to help.
Right.
So education, communication, calling somebody, getting on Facebook and messaging Camp Miller and saying, hey, what are the current needs?
Right.
And donations are always accepted.
Right.
And we can be verified as a safe place to give money because we have people who are managing the money very well, and everything our books are open here.
Right.
the leadership has been very clear that they're not going to do anything with the money except what should be done with the money.
And that's all I've seen, and that's why I love this place, is because you guys are all working.
And certainly we're not alone. There's a lot of great ministries and humanitarian aid out there that has proven their worth on the ground. Samaritan's Purse, different things like that. Nobody's perfect, but they've established a reputation of integrity. So you can feel good giving those kinds of places your money.
Some of this, I have ideas on ways to try and help efficiency. One of my ideas is to try and create a website to where we link those in need directly to the people that want to donate, and to where they can have a list of things that they need, and somebody who's seeing this in a different state or something can get the supplies and have the work abilities to come and go straight to them.
Awesome.
And I think that would be very efficient in the
and
ways.
It would definitely, because if you were able to vet it person by person to know that they really had the need, then what you're doing is that those of us who maybe don't have a need, you can sort of weed that out.
Yes.
Like if I got on there and said I had needs, I would be lying.
Right.
So you don't need to think about me anymore.
Right.
It's getting to a place where it's becoming much more individual and not so much community need.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to focus on, because that way the people who are donating can see that it goes directly to these people, and they know that it needs help.
They can even make a wish list.
Right.
You know, we've had one of our neighbors that their trailer went down the river, and I won't give too many details because I don't have their permission to give their private information.
I understand.
But the lady, the wife in the family, she loves to bake, and she bakes for a local store, like makes baked goods for them to sell. And since they lost their whole house down the river, she lost all of her baking supplies.
Oh no.
So since I know her personally, I was able to reach out to some people who said, can I help somebody? Can I adopt an individual or help an individual?
Right.
I said, I got and so we've got people in Charlotte area who are shopping Amazon and buying all to replace all of her baking supplies.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Isn't
Thank
that
you
the
for
coolest?
everything you do.
Well, all I did was tell them.
Well, that's it. That's what, I mean, you're the connection that made that happen. Without you doing that, it wouldn't.
Well, but I think that anybody can do that.
Right. But you just have to have the heart and the will to do it. And there's,
And this way, the people who are sending it, they know who it's going to.
Right.
And they know they're not wasting their money or their time.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to focus on. And that way, even people who come out here with equipment and stuff, they can come and get to work immediately, and there won't be any confusion. They won't lose any time. They'll be able to go straight to work and make the most efficient use of their time. And it also helps for people who homeowners who may want to just make sure that their home's getting put together correctly, and they may not want somebody that has the will and wants to help, but they may be in over their head and may be trying to do something that's beyond their means, and they may mess stuff up. So the homeowner themselves will be able to say, look, I appreciate the help, but do you have certificate, or do you have knowledge,
and
or do
you've
you have
also vetted those companies
and so
they can help. And
so
you
the
would know that
homeowner
because of your career.
The homeowner will be able to vet the person coming to their property, and the person that wants to donate the time will be able to vet the homeowner and make sure they need help, and they'll be able to vet each other without having somebody in the middle. And I think that it'll create a much more efficient.
Now, one thing that you've brought to my mind that I know you're probably already thinking of is that also we need to make sure that help doesn't devastate the region's economy, like we were talking about before. So, like, if it's possible to hook that person up with a local contractor that gets paid in some way, even if it's like, what if you had somebody that said, I'd like to donate money to pay a local contractor to come in and do that work?
Right.
Then you've created a job and kept the money in the community, and you've helped more than one person.
My thought is that this is more than this local community could ever handle.
Well, and that's true.
And that's
true. But
I look at it and I
great opportunity.
That's a great point that you bring up. Is that you always want to try. I'm all about local, and that's even in my book I promote localism and the local communities and bringing each other up as much as we can local. And that's a very excellent point and that you bring up. And we always would want to try and help. When it comes to actually paying contractors and stuff, I always support local first and try and help have local contractors.
But you're right. I don't think we have enough contractors.
My thought was that they're probably so busy working right now they don't have time to even breathe.
You know what? You may be absolutely right. I don't know. I know that's not a world I work in at all. So.
Right. But even just from a heavy equipment standpoint,
if you hand me a chainsaw, I'm going to the emergency room.
Right. So I just...
And the last thing I'd like to say, well, maybe not the last thing because it's not quite a positive note, but is one of the things my husband and I decided to do early on that has really helped us emotionally and mentally is to hold anything that we hear on social media with an open hand.
Right.
Like this,
Right,
literally.
right.
So what that means is we can't be certain just by hearing it that it's true.
Right.
So we're ready to either pull it in if we can verify it or let
Right.
it go if we can't.
Right.
And so there's so many people out there that for whatever reason they exaggerate, they lie,
Right.
they make up stuff, they create things. I don't know if it's for monetary gain or to get the likes and subscribes or
Right.
whatever. But anything you hear about our area that you can't verify through a reputable source,
Right.
hold it with an open hand
Right.
until you can.
And that's why I'm here doing this right now, because boots on the ground and talking to the people that are actually here, because I can't believe everything I see on the news or everything I see. The only thing I can believe is your story,
It's
what you've
amazing
seen,
what you hear on the
and
news.
what everybody here. And I've spent today trying to go around and hear everybody's story, because that's what it is. And I'm not going to change it or modify it. And I go way in depth. So I love to hear everybody's story and hear what they've seen from their perspective, and that's all I can do is just hear everybody's perspective and see their views, and their perspective of what they saw.
Watch it
And I'm not here to change anybody's mind or form any opinions or do anything like that. I'm here to just tell the story as raw as I can and in depth as I can. I'm back home. I do a lot of stuff, and they always say I go too in depth and I talk too much and stuff, but it tells the whole story.
Well,
you know?
let me tell you what, you've come to a region where we all like to run our mouths a lot, so you're just right at home here. You tell us to tell a story, and you're going to be here a while. So.
I love it, and that's what I love. And I even talk philosophy, and I've been doing philosophy. I started this page 6 months ago, and I just try and create positivity in the world.
That's awesome.
I know you're super busy. I don't know if you have a second to talk philosophy and wanted to, but. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I know you're busy. I won't do it. It's okay.
I know. I was just thinking I'd rather talk faith than philosophy, but
it comes into it. It comes into it.
But yeah, I would probably be out of my depth almost immediately with
Oh
philosophy.
no, it's just it's a little different. I don't go too. I say philosophy, but it's just the kind of deeper questions, just your own perspectives and views. I think
so
we
like
all
maybe worldview.
Yeah. It's just I think that we should all. I try to get everybody to get along and just accept other people's views. And I think that if we all thought the same thing and believed the same thing, this would be a boring world. And I try to embrace everybody's views, and I don't care what anybody else thinks. I just love to hear their story and hear their perspective.
Well, that's cool.
That's kind of the questions I go through. I don't, like I said, it's just I say, what's your favorite song? What's your dream place to visit?
Okay, yes, we can do that.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay.
That sounds like way more fun.
Yeah.
It's talking about Descartes or Nietzsche or
No.
Right,
It's nothing like that.
Your questions.
All right. This next interview was with Denny. He had an incredibly unique and wonderful perspective on life. The way he explained it is that he was home free, not homeless. The amount of freedom he had from society's weights and burdens of constant debt made his lifestyle seem to make logical sense. This man had everything he owned packed into his blazer, and yet he had dedicated his whole entire life to coming out here and helping those people who had been affected by the storm. His act of selflessness and compassion was an incredibly inspirational thing to witness. His views and perspectives on life were truly beautiful. I also got the chance to interview him about philosophy. You can check that out in the next video in this series. I watched this man work non-stop every day helping people for weeks. Me and him even worked together with multiple other people to help build a bridge for some people who had lost access to their home. I can't thank Denny enough for all the hard work he put in out there and for taking the time to do these interviews with me. All right, man. So I'm out here with Denny, man. You've been plugging away out here working your ass off, man. And you've been staying out here in this tent through this cold.
Yeah.
And getting up and going to work every day. And
well, actually, I lived outside for a long time, man. 9 of the past 11 years. I've been hitchhiking and train hopping by choice. I'm home free, not homeless, you know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot going on out here, and there's a lot of people that need help for sure. We built that bridge that day, man. That felt real good, bro.
Yes, sir.
Felt real good.
Yes, sir.
Good. The old man came down there with his great granddaughter, smiling, crying. I was crying. I might have been the only one crying.
No, I was crying a little bit too. I won't lie. It happens, man.
It was a happy thing, though.
Yeah, happy tears. Man, that's such a beautiful thing. You don't have nothing, and yet you're still coming out here and putting your heart on the line and donating, man.
Man, I have more than I need.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not saying you don't have nothing, you know, but you just you live very modest, and I try and live a minimalistic lifestyle too. And at the end of it all, I mean, I know
what you need at the end of the day, and somebody else doesn't, man. You got to change that.
Yeah.
You know, if you have too much and somebody has not enough, you got to come out. You got to come out and fix that, man. You know what I mean?
That's a beautiful, beautiful mentality, man. And I know you've been out here in the cold in this tent and just plugging away, and I cannot commend you enough for having the heart to do that.
Survive through it, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. What do you think about all this, man?
I think that it's very sad that something like this has to happen to see the humanity in people, but you have to remember that it's always been there. It's always been there. It's just harder to see through the brunt of it all, you know, like you got 100,000 people in a city walking by each other. Nobody cares really about the other one, but when something like this happens, it brings people closer together and you really see the humanity in people.
Yeah.
It's always there, though. It's always there.
We've just been missing it, you know?
Right.
And it sucks that it takes something like this to bring us together, but
it's beautiful to see.
Yeah.
I was out here about 5 days after the initial pop, and it was not good, man. We drove 5.5 hours over a forestry road from Bristol to Boone, and the only other way from where I'm from, about an hour and a half away in Kingsport, was a 5-hour drive as well. You had to go 2 hours to Knoxville and cut over at Maryville, and that was the only 2 ways over the hill. And we got all the way to Boone, and they said, we don't need you. And we got all the way to Asheville the next day, and they said, you can hand out water. And I mean, I brought kayak, I brought chainsaw, I brought tools. I didn't know what I was walking into necessarily, but I was coming to help somebody. I wasn't coming to hand out water.
Right.
And it felt like defeat, you know, like we came so far just to get told to show us your ID and fill out 3 pages of paperwork. Like, I don't necessarily need permission to help somebody.
Right.
And you don't necessarily even need my name. Like, I
Right.
don't have to fill out your paperwork. I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood the question, lady, you know?
Right. I could see that perspective for sure.
My friend that had brought me, we read online that Spruce Pine needed livestock feed and wound up at the West Yancey Fire Department there. And I was hiking in medical gear for a day or two to people that didn't need Helivac necessarily, but just needed oxygen or heart pills or insulin. And I think that was near Green Mountain, but I'm not real sure. But after that, everybody had a way cut to them. And, you know, I probably watched 1,000 people show up the first night I was at that place, side by side. And I mean, a small army, bro, a small army. And just marching. Wow. Marching straight past with somebody that told them they can't, straight past, you know, straight past the bullshit and on into the fire.
Right.
And marching.
That's what I've done here. I mean, I'll just drive down the road and there's people everywhere that need help. So I'll just go up and start talking to somebody. And if you talk to anyone, any of these homes here, they have just lists and lists and lists of things. And it's essential things like water, plumbing, electric. I mean, just half their house is gone. Yeah, a bridge, roads, propping up the houses.
A bridge so that old man can get out in the
right.
winter, man. That's a beautiful thing.
Right.
I'm so happy to have been blessed to be able to help with it.
Yeah,
really.
Me too, man. Me too, for sure.
I was out here for about a week after the first time. Yeah, after the only flood, thank God. And my heart didn't want to leave, but I had to go home. I had to go deal with like my son and my dog and my mom even, you know. And but there was a small army of people here, and there was no coordination at that point really. They were just starting to get, you know, contact with everywhere, and like everywhere was this was starting to be born pretty much, like this. Places like Camp Miller and everything else, and they were just starting to get coordination. And as you, I'm sure, been aware of, there's still a lack of coordination sometimes, even in communications. But they're doing a great job at it here, man.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the beast. It's so hard with everything going on and so many.
To coordinate chaos.
Yeah, that's the
absolute chaos.
That's the hardest part I've seen.
To coordinate that, and it does take time to get it back. But they were just starting to get contacted with everywhere, and they're sending us out on supply runs, and they sent us here. to Pensacola on one of those runs, and this place was just hit. They took a hard right. They took a hard right, man.
This is one of the
They
worst.
took a hard right. It took a hard right from Tyson.
Right,
Like,
right.
They took a hard right from Tyson, and yeah, no, man. Every time the temperature dropped, every time I heard it was going to sprinkle. My heart was just here with these people, man. And told myself I'd be back before the first snow, and I was. I've lived outside for a long time, and I know it's not easy. And your first winter outside sucks. It's
Right.
just that simple. Like,
I know you've done a lot to help prepare all the other people. I don't know if you can see the tents all the way down, but you've helped a lot, and just preparing people for the cold and spreading your knowledge here, man. I know you've done a lot. So
a friend of mine is Hopi. Leaf, if you find this, I love you, bro. But they believe that knowledge is meant to be shared, and that is a beautiful thing.
that's great. I love that mentality. Yeah, is there anything that you think, any stories or anything that you want to share from out here, or what do you think would help the most, or what's just your thoughts on the whole matter as a whole?
I think a metric ton of Lowe's gift cards is the best thing to ask for here. There's just a lot of people the sawmill team showed up last week.
Yeah.
And they've been rocking for sure. But they're one sawmill,
Right.
and this is a whole valley. And there are more than one sawmill running now, from what I understand. But just Lowe's cards, stuff to get, Lowe's and Home Depot gift cards, man, like stuff to get plumbing supplies and Milwaukee 3/4 mechanics impact.
That was our
hammers.
adventure,
That was
man.
the only thing that would drive those lags into that wood, man. And
Yeah.
we fought all day. That was a day of patience for sure, brother.
Absolute day of patience
for sure, brother.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
But at the end of the day, it all came together. But just stuff to get tools that we need, because it's hard to say what tools we specifically need for what. And Camp Miller does a great job as far as like trying to make sure everybody has what they need even. But yeah, no, just gift cards for Lowe's or donations perhaps to get the tools we need as we need them. Like we could have done with about 5 of them Milwaukee 3/4 that day, man. And I'm sure if they're here, they'll get used to build another bridge, like conversions and stuff.
We were smoking my Ryobis and driving them down until they wouldn't go, and then coming back.
You got that brand new corded DeWalt impact hammer. I smoked that thing for lunch, bro.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even drive them all the way.
No,
it was the biggest, baddest thing they had at the hardware store, man.
It was wimping out at the end for sure.
Yeah, my Milwaukee was the only thing. We'd drive them down with all the drills we had, and we'd just take turns smoking them, and then we'd finish them off with that Ooga Dooga with the Milwaukee, with all the Ooga Doogas, where it could just
unforeseen stuff like the conversion bit to go on that Milwaukee. We were lucky we found that.
Yeah.
Lucky somebody had that, and like it all comes together, and many hands make a tribe.
Yeah.
There's a lot that needs to be done here still.
Right.
Like the old man up on 98 North Fork, man, his creek house. And I mean, like one corner of that sucker is 30 feet in the air.
Wow.
And they sent me up there to like look at it, and I sawed the wood off his doorway for him and whatnot, like we got all that done. But yeah, no, in the back corner of his house is 4 inches. It took a hard hit with a tree, man, and his tile bathtub is 4 inches lower on one side than it was right now, and that's a lot.
So he needs jacked up there too, huh?
Yeah, his house and his creek house needs. I don't even have the credentials to begin to, like, we need somebody here that builds railroad trusses or something, like, to brace that, because it's a far cry. It's going to take machinery and manpower for sure.
Man, I appreciate all you're doing, brother. I know you.
I appreciate you, bro.
Oh man,
You're kind of cool yourself. Texting no one, Josh.
I appreciate you, brother, and I know you put a lot of work and a lot of effort out here, and you're just you got a golden heart, man. And I just appreciate all you're doing. And
I'll be back as often as I can be until I feel like there's nobody out here that's stuck.
Well, what a good man. That's I still have the same. I have the same desire to want to try and help out. It's hard to leave, man, and I'm leaving tomorrow, and I really, I'm struggling with it, man. I'm struggling with
life stuff. I'm struggling with it too, bro.
Yeah, I love my family, and I want to.
Knew this was gonna happen.
Right.
You know, I knew this was gonna happen. Get out here and.
Right.
Lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
For a decade there.
So, I don't know if you want to talk a little philosophy, but I do philosophy, and I got 10 philosophy questions, and I'd really love to.
All right.
You're a deeper individual, and
let's take the quiz.
All right. Yes. Yes. I got a whole. I've done this with quite a few people. I've been doing. I started this.
Knife?
Not on me. Not on me. I started this about 6 months ago, and I'm trying to just spread positivity in the world. I think everybody's perspective. I think the world's pretty boring if we all felt the same. So I like to hear everybody's perspective, and I love hearing everybody's stories and views. So I start out kind of easy, and then it works a little deeper. But so this next interview was with Mike. He was a vet in the military, and he proudly served his country. I can't thank him enough for everything he did and for the sacrifices he made for his country. He was really a pretty amazing dude with some incredible stories. He had been there with boots on the ground since right after the storm had hit. He was at another camp before Camp Miller, but since he got to Camp Miller, he was pretty much the sole person in charge of the fuel station. And that fueling station was the backbone of the town and the backbone of the camp. Pensacola is just a small, secluded town out in the middle of the mountains. There was no gas station in town. That community had been without power for over a month when I had showed up, and it was well over 2 weeks after I was there before they got power to most of the homes. That gas station and the generators that the camp had provided was the only resource that community had for electricity, and electricity is one of our most essential necessities we need for survival. Mike helped change the lives for countless people by doing what he was doing. Without him or that fueling station, I'm scared to think about what those people would have been left with. He also kept all the volunteers' equipment going with diesel fuel, which was essential to piecing back together the community. Mike had been around fuel a lot in his life, and he seemed to know the ropes very well. He also had connections and helped get donations a lot for the fuel. My wonderful community here at Lake of the Ozarks helped donate a little bit too, but it was always a struggle to try and keep the fuel station going. But Mike took that burden solely on his shoulder and stepped up to the plate and saved the day. This man's a hero on a lot of levels, and I can't thank him enough for everything he's done for his country and for what he did for that community out there. All right, so I'm out here with Mike, man. He's been here from the start. When did you get here, man?
About a week and a half after the storm. I was in Irwin helping out first, and then I got pushed out by an individual that is from out here. He was needing people to come out here to support the effort. So I was over in B-Log area first, and then I left there, went home for a couple of days, and then came out here, and I've been out here in Camp Miller in Pensacola ever since. So pretty much close to 2 months now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know you've been a saint as far as the gas goes, man.
Yeah.
They really love you around here, brother, and I know you've done a lot for this community, and you've done a lot to help fuel this community, and you're pretty much a hero around here.
I'm just doing what a man's supposed to do. You know, I mean, these people in Appalachia's never been treated well through the time since America's been formed, and it's time to throw that away and treat these people with class and dignity and let them have their lives as best as we can and try to rebuild everything back as best as we can. You know, it's really what matters to me the most. You know, when you see your countrymen and your countrywomen and children struggling, and you pull in to Yancey County and you see kids playing on a Blackhawk, and you've been to war like me, that kind of brings an eerie feeling of desperation, you know. And a lot of the people here, they really just needed a heart to lean on, a shoulder to cry on, and some fuel to keep them moving. I mean, one of the things that had to happen was getting people fueled. I mean, all these generators, how would they have powered them? You know, and thankfully, due to Prime Fuels and Western Carolina Emergency Network, we were able to keep the funding going. You know, God bless them for everything they've done to help us and make me more sufficient so that I can actually get the fuel out there fast. I mean, you've seen it over there.
Yeah.
They get that can and they're out of there. They don't have to malinger unless they want to.
Right.
You know, and so, and it brings back some sort of sense of community to the town instead of, you know, it's beautiful that we have a camp, but to have a gas station is even more to the local people, especially the elderly, because they used to just hang out in front of a gas station all day.
Right.
So, you know, to bring that back to the people has really been a blessing. And I'm just thankful to do the Lord's work.
It's beautiful, man, and I know you put your heart and soul into this, and you've hardly even left at all, man. I was able to watch it for a day or two for you, but I know you didn't even want to leave that. I mean, you put your whole heart and soul into it, man. And
I know when it comes down to everything, you know, and especially since I'm the one who's got it going for the most part and got it efficient. I mean, we weren't even keeping logbooks, and now we have it.
Right.
You know, so it really helps with the donors to know how much is really pushing out. And the average we were pushing out was 1,200 gallons a week. So we were burning through $7,000 worth of fuel.
Right.
Almost every week.
I know there was one day you said we used 700, 800 gallons, huh?
Yeah.
In one day, and that was back before we had the fuel station and the big tanks. That's when
that was out of barrels. That was me by myself one day. It was constant. I mean, I was cranking, and that was kerosene, gasoline, and diesel. I was pushing out all out of barrels, hand cranking it all myself.
Oh man, I bet that was a lot. I don't know how many. I did like 250 with the pump down there, all easy, and I seemed like I was busy all day.
Yeah, it's a lot, but you know, when it comes down to these people and you see the desperation on their face, you know, I'm a 100% disabled vet with PTSD, and when it comes down to PTSD, I can spot it. And when you see nature causing that on so many people, you know, a flood normally damages a section, not a whole entire state.
Right.
You know, and I mean, it goes all the way down to Georgia. It's sick what's happened, and nature's really came back to smack us all. But we're able to rebuild a lot of things and get these people powered up. I mean, every piece of heavy equipment that's came through, I made sure they had fuel for them. You know, and that really keeps those guys out there faster, longer, to get more work done. And so it's just been a blessing to be able to be here for the people and get everything situated. And one of the things I always say to everyone is, you know, if it's not your town, it might be next time. And how would you feel if I showed up and said I can get everything you need for you at no cost? You know, the American public deserves this type of stuff, which is why we need more help. Right. And we need people to continue to step up. This is civilian ran. You know, I may be an ex-soldier, but most of these people here leading have no idea about military or structure, and they're falling in line pretty damn well, like as if they've had some training. But we continue to push and help these people as best as we can, because there's no retreat. Because who else is coming?
Yeah. I mean, have you seen any government out here since you've been here?
I've seen a couple FEMA inspectors going to do paperwork, and but when it comes down to FEMA, no, they've really skipped the ball on this one. You know, also though, to anybody who's been denied, you're not fully denied through FEMA. It's just stupid red tape that the government's putting you through. I strongly suggest you continue your efforts and don't give up. If you're having an issue, come down to Camp Miller if you're in the area of Pensacola, and we'll help you with FEMA and try to make sure your paperwork's more squared away as well, just so that we can take care of you, because at the end of the day, this is our country and you are our people. You know, whether or not I'm related to you, in my mind, you're kinfolk. And so that's what we got to do out here. We have to stand with each other, because this is like 9/11 plus.
Right.
You know, I mean, the amount of destruction around you is endless. All the wood I'm burning is flooded wood, you know, and it takes a whole lot to get that to burn, but we're getting through it. You know, that's why I'm standing here in the shirt in the cold, because I got to get ready for the deep cold, so I got to climatize my body to be able to survive, since I'm one of the few people still staying in a shanty out here. But I mean, it's what it takes when it comes to being a volunteer, and you come out here and you want to help and change lives. It's about lessening your impact on the people and your needs. You have to be willing to struggle to help these people. And that might not be something you're willing to do, but when it comes down to it, you have to, if you're going to come around and help these people. I mean, these people really deserve it. If you were to see the stories and the pictures I pulled out of the mud, you'd be crying in tears. I mean, and I have several times. Grown man does cry.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I've cried a lot out here, man. It's hard. Sir. It's hard. Just overall, what do you think of everything out here, man?
I think America has really shown its heart. I think with disaster, we were able to come back and fight the good fight and do the Lord's work and ensure that these people are cared for. And what was told 6 months to a year happened in months.
Right.
And with that happening, that shows exactly what we're capable as a nation, exactly what we're able to do. And for everybody that's came down and helped move these mountains, you know, it was a pleasure to put fuel in your tank. And it was a pleasure to be here and continue to help. And I will be here until this effort is over. I'm a part of the management here, and I won't retreat. One thing I don't know how to do is run away.
That's right.
You know, but we're gonna keep up the good fight. We're gonna keep helping these people, And that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Disaster is going to come irregardless of our viewpoints and political standing. But as long as we continue to work together, we can really be united. Because if we're united, nobody can divide us. You know, it's only us from within that can destroy America.
It's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. Well, Mike, man, I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciate getting to meet you, man. You're a heck of a dude, man, and I really appreciate all you're doing, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate you. This next interview was with Kim. Her and her family went through one of the most terrifying stories I heard while I was out there. The things that they had to see and endure are beyond comprehension. Her grandson is an absolute hero, and his story is incredible. Kim's home was up on the hill a little ways, but she had to sit by and helplessly watch as her father's home and her 2 daughters' homes get completely engulfed by floodwaters. They lost 3 homes through the ordeal, and all those families were stuck right in the middle of it, in their homes. I could only imagine how terrifying it was for all of them. Miraculously, they all ended up all right. I can't tell Kim how much I appreciate her sharing her story with me. It definitely hurts the heart to hear the story and to know how much they lost, but at the same time, it gives a huge inspiration to hear such a heroic story of such a brave young man. All right, so I'm out here with Kim in Pensacola, North Carolina, and I'm trying to hear everybody's story and just trying to figure out how to make the most out of fixing what we can down here. And I think you guys having a pretty incredible story, and I know you've had to see a lot, and this was underwater, correct?
All of it, yeah. All of it was underwater. You could see no land. It looked like an ocean from my house.
And your house is right up there on the hill?
My house is up here, and the water come to half of that hill.
Wow. And you said it went all the way over to the other side of the...
Yes. And it went to the top of that trailer.
It was over the top of that trailer, and you said that's your daughter's trailer there?
My daughter and my granddaughter lived there.
Yeah. And then it went down to your father's house down there?
Yeah. The red roof down there is my dad's house, and then the house next to it's my daughter. She had 2 kids, and the river come through my dad's house, and it knocked him up against the wall, and he finally got out. The measurements they took was 7 foot from the ground up to the window to his house. And then my daughter, she and her 2 kids was in the house. And when the river come through, she had to bust the window out to get out. And her and her kids went up on top of the roof. Wow. And she fell off the roof. And she's had big bruises on her legs. Mm-hmm. And then her little 5-year-old daughter, Ivory, fell off the roof. And her brother, Maverick, he's 11, he jumped in and got her.
What a hero.
Yes.
He's a little hero.
He is.
Oh my goodness, that's just a miraculous story.
And so after the storm was over, my oldest daughter and my son, they walked down around the driveway because it was so muddy you couldn't get through the driveway. And they walked to the end of the road, half the road was gone. And they had to climb up the embankment, which there was never an embankment before. And then they walked down the road, and there was trees laying across the road, and they went and got their papaw, which he was coming out of the house, and there was a big propane tank sitting beside his house that the line had broke and was spewing everywhere. Oh. And I think he inhaled a lot of the propane, and he was pretty out of it.
Oh no.
And then they got their sister and nieces and nephew, and then they come back to the house, and we just, it's just sad they lost everything. All 3 houses, they lost everything.
Oh my goodness. And was there any insurance or anything? Or?
There was. FEMA has helped some. His insurance company, when I called his my dad's house insurance, they canceled on him.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
And,
that's terrible. Who would do that? What was in the insurance company? I'm just curious. I don't know if you want to say, but I would.
Who was it? Carolina Farmers Mutual.
Carolina Farmers Mutual, huh? And they canceled on him when he called.
They canceled on him, yeah. They give him 30 days, but they canceled. His flood insurance didn't give him much. He did have flood insurance. But
just a small portion of
just a little bit.
And I know I've seen some cars and stuff out there.
My dad lost his boat. It went down the river. We've never found it. He had a pontoon boat. Right. He had 3 Mustangs. they were all crushed.
I've seen that one beautiful.
Yeah, there was a 65 Mustang. It was crushed and back up against a tree, smashed, and then an 83 GLX. And that tree had fell on it and crushed it. And
did they cover any of that at all? I'm sure not.
No. And then my mom had a Cadillac. She's been passed away 20 years, but she had an old Cadillac, and it's in my daughter's backyard up on top of its hood, its roof. And then one of my dad and my brother's trucks down in the pond down below us. And the RV, there was an old Winnebago beside my dad's house. It didn't run. But I really think that's what saved my dad's life, because it was up against the house. You know, it blocked the house, and then there was a big pine tree in front. Huge pine tree, huge, and it went all the way across the front of his house. Not on his house.
Just blocked the river and all the debris from coming in.
It blocked a lot of it. I really think that it just L-shaped his house and blocked it.
That's a miracle.
And I found 3 Bibles.
Oh, wow.
So my daughters went up down the road and to go look for a vehicle. My daughter's vehicles got washed away, and my daughters found a Bible laying on the log. And the second Bible, the red truck men had helped clean my daughter and my dad's house out, and they found a Bible dictionary in my dad's house.
Wow.
And it was opened up, and all the pages was turned to the left, and it had mud on the left side, just matted mud. And just the back only had a couple pages, and it was turned to water.
Wow.
And then found another Bible in my dad's house the next day. It was turned to Revelations, chapter 8 and 9. And so after that, I've been telling my story, and I told one of my friends in another community about the Bible that I found, and she had found one in her house on Revelations 8 and 9.
Wow.
Then there was another Bible that somebody else was telling me about that was wrapped around a pole that was turned to Revelations. Wow. That was found. Wow. I really do believe that God has been with me every single day. Every single day. There's somebody showed up. There's people that's helped. It's not been our government. It's been our people. We the people. Yeah. They have helped us so much. And I mean, I couldn't thank you enough. I'm very blessed. I mean, even though we've lost things, I'm very thankful. I could have lost my dad, both of my girls, and 3 of my grandbabies at one time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But our community has been wonderful. The people from out of state, New York, Texas, Missouri, West Virginia,
wow.
Georgia, Kentucky.
It's amazing.
I mean, they've not stopped.
My heart goes out to you guys, and I empathize so much.
Yeah.
And I know if this happened to my community, I'd love to try and get as much help as I could, and you guys need all the help you can get.
Oh, yeah.
It's a heartbreaking situation.
It is.
And this is just a random event that just is so hard to fathom. My heart goes out to you guys, and I'm so sorry you've had to go through this.
It's going to take a long time for our county to rebuild, but we've got several organizations that's started helping. Stephanie Johnson with Rebuilding Hollers, she's got a crew that's working on houses, helping people build back, and
that's beautiful.
It's just donations. It's just been wonderful.
I've been wondering if I've been trying to figure out if there's any government here at all, or if it's just people. And it seems to be everybody, just groups will come in, but it's all volunteer. It seems like, for the most part. I don't know. Have you seen a lot of government here? Or?
FEMA did come, but they came, and I was wondering why they were coming from so far away, because the FEMA people that I talked to was from Nigeria, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico.
That's different.
And I asked why they were so far away, and it was conflict of interest.
To answer the question, or conflict of interest why they're so far away?
Like if me and you were friends and you had a home, and
I get it.
Favoritism, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah.
You said there was another organization that was helping out a little bit. I think I interrupted you. I'm so sorry.
Rebuilding Hollers.
Yeah.
With Stephanie Johnson. She's on Facebook. And then Salvage Freedom and 222
Yep.
is helping.
I've heard of them a lot
And
too.
I can't think right off the bat.
Right. Yeah. No. I'm not trying to put you under pressure, but I'm trying to just figure out the best way to help people and see what's going on. I just want to hear everybody's stories from boots on the ground. I don't want to tell anybody else's story, and I'm trying to hear everything here, and I'm trying to figure out, like I said, the most efficient way. One of the ideas I have is to try and connect people that are needing help to those that are wanting to volunteer, and maximize everybody's efforts, because there's been times where I've seen people wanted to come down and volunteer and they didn't feel their time was used most efficiently. And I also have seen where homeowners may have problems with certain people or whatever, and it's just, I think it would make it to where each side could vet each other. Do you think that would be a good idea or something?
Most definitely. I think that people here are very, very thankful for the help.
Right.
You know, I had a friend of my brother's that lives in Florida, and he called and he's like, Kim, is it really bad there? And I said, yes, it is.
Yeah.
He said, well, they're not saying anything on the news, and what they are saying, he said, they're acting like y'all are unthankful, ungrateful.
Yeah, no.
And I said, no, that's not the case
I have
at
seen
all.
nothing but grateful and beauty around here.
We couldn't have made it without the help from the outside. There's no way we could have made it.
That's a dirty trick by the news, bro, because I didn't hear that part, but from my perspective, those in power have dropped the ball, and now they're going to try and blame it on you guys. That's the most dirty trick they could ever pull. I mean, from a bigger perspective, but I just, that seems wrong to me, but I'm trying to figure out the most efficient way, and I want to start like a Facebook page to where we could list and have families like you guys. And I know that you've lost homes and stuff, and to where I'm wanting to try and get campers and bring campers back, and just any kind of resources or jobs, and maybe even have like a punch list of all the things that you guys need, whether it's cleaning out or putting back a garden or helping with your goats or whatever. And people can come from out of town or look on a Facebook page and see this and just call you directly and say, hey, I'm coming from Wisconsin and I have a bunch of goat stuff, or hey, I'm coming from Mississippi and I have a camper or whatever. Would you be open to something like that?
I actually had a chicken coop and it got washed in my neighbor's yard, but I had a guy from Mississippi come up here. The lumber was donated, and he built me a chicken coop, brung me chickens, and brung me quails.
That is so beautiful.
From Mississippi.
That is so beautiful. And I think that if people could do that and be directly contacted and see the people in need and just do direct connections, I think that would make everything more efficient and work better for everyone, the people donating and the people needing. Would you be willing to be one of my promos and demos, because I don't know how to do this, and I'm figuring this out and doing it on my own.
Yes.
And I'm going to just put it on Facebook and list and just try and create lists, and I'm going to try and cross-reference it to where I give each job a number. Like if you're a heavy equipment guy, you're 001. If you're an electrician, you're 002, to where like electricians or whatever could just type in that code and see all the people in this district right here in Pensacola and just call them directly and be like, okay, and have their routes planned and come and help you guys. And it's going to be some obstacles, but I would love to try and do this a demo, because I want to try and do boots on the ground, somebody that needs it badly. And you guys lost everything here. You lost all three of your homes. Both your daughters lost their homes, and so there's two families right there, and then your dad. That's three homes of people.
There's so many up the road that I know that needs help. I mean,
everybody, I know,
everybody
but
needs help.
I want to do that with everybody, but it's hard for me to make all this happen. And I always feel weird trying to like do interviews and talk like this, but at the same time, I know how much everybody needs help. So I'm trying to do all I can to let the world know that you guys still need help, and maybe try and figure out a way to make it efficient. And I think if we did something like this, I could just put a demo and then everybody else could see from there. And I think this is going to be an efficient idea. So I'll be in contact with you, and maybe you could be my demo, and we'll just get it out with this first, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
And
then from there, I mean, it just takes all the middleman out of it, and we can just directly link you up with whatever you need. And that's what I'm trying to achieve. So, is there anything else that you really you think would help out a lot out here? Any perspectives that you've seen or anything that you just want to tell everybody out there, or anything?
Things that people need.
Yeah, that too. Anything.
Well,
anything.
a lot of people's got campers.
Yeah.
And it's cold here.
Right.
They need heated tape.
Okay.
They need insulated foam.
Yep.
And they need heated hoses, because
that makes sense.
It's cold here, and they're going to have to insulate their campers to make it through the winters.
Yeah, and heated hoses, I mean, they're not going to be able to bury their lines. That makes perfect sense. That's genius.
So, I know there's different phases of this disaster, and that's one thing we need right now.
Right.
The campers. I mean, they're trying to get people in the campers, but we need that stuff for the campers, or they won't make it.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of logistics to it, I mean, there's just so much to fight in the cold, especially, but to just rebuilding all of this. And then it's just whether somebody has, $10,000 worth of stuff they lost, or $1 million. It's stuff they lost and they'll never get back. And it doesn't seem like there's much of a way to recoup, and it's just us trying to figure out how. So, yeah, that's a great need, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I want to try and help prep everybody up for winter, because it's scary thinking about winter and everything.
And a lot of people's got kids. A lot of kids lost their little, their homes.
Right.
And my grandkids did.
Yeah.
And my 5-year-old, she's my 5-year-old granddaughter. She's still a little scared when it rains.
I guarantee you that poor little girl fell off the roof.
She's like, Mama, is it still going to rain, or is it going to stop? You
Oh,
can
man.
tell she's terrified.
That makes my heart hurt. It's just, I could only imagine what that poor little girl. I could only imagine what that poor little girl has seen.
Yeah.
So, I just.
She was up on the roof asking God to don't let her die. And she's like, please, Lord, don't let me die.
Well, it's just it's a hard story, and I really empathize with you guys, and I appreciate you having the compassion to tell it. Thank you. And I know it's hard to tell, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm a hugger.
I am too.
I left Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri to go to North Carolina and try and help people out. And I left with $430 in my pocket and no idea where I was going or what I was going to do. It was just me and my dog Eli on a journey. He's just a good boy, and he lives for adventures. I had a random friend reach out while I was on my way headed out there and said that Swanoa was hit pretty bad. So I decided to make that the first place I'd land. I hit town in Swanoa without a single dollar in my pocket, but I did have a camper and a truck and a bunch of tools I could work, and I had enough food to last me a couple weeks and a full tank of gas and a bunch of items to help donate. And so I started out at Silverado's and donated items that I'd brought from my community. From there, I found that there were needing some gas delivered to Pensacola at a place called Camp Miller. And when I got out there, I realized it was the place I wanted to be. It was just a random camp set up and organized 100% by volunteers. It was also completely supplied from donations as well. The camp was the main operating base for all the volunteers going up into the mountains trying to help out. It was a place where they could camp and have somewhere to eat and catch a hot meal and a shower and use the bathroom. And most importantly, it was a place for the community to come and get all the things that they needed in order to survive. Once again, a hot meal or a shower, and then all the stuff they might need: generators and heaters, clothing and food, fuel or propane, diapers and baby needs, or anything those affected from the storm might need in order to survive. That camp was the main resource keeping that community going, while simultaneously working to tirelessly rebuild the community. There was a person from every single kind of trade out there, working to help rebuild that community. From heavy equipment operators and tree guys, to electricians and well guys, roofers and plumbers. It didn't matter, they were all there working, putting hands on. Without that camp, I'm scared to think about what that town would have been left with. My goal when I left was to go into the mountains, and go to the hard to reach areas, and go to the places where they might not be getting help, and that might be falling through the cracks. And that was my goal, was to get to the hard to reach areas and just do what I can to help. When I first showed up, I wasn't sure what to think. Everybody was running around and super busy and seemed very driven and on a mission. Every person I would look at would be doing something that involved some kind of work. You could tell they were either putting hands on, helping there in camp, or they were dirty and rugged and doing something out beyond camp, out in the mountains somewhere helping out. There very much was a Wild West kind of feel to the camp. To start with, well over half the people were open carrying. But I'm a huge supporter of freedom and the Bill of Rights, so it felt like home to me. But it was way deeper than that. You could feel the need to survive outweighed the laws of man. I instantly realized we were doing all we could to try and make sure these people were taken care of and able to survive. And it was very much still a struggle. Even though the storm was gone, people were still struggling on massive levels. They weren't able to leave their homes, and they needed generators and gas for power because they didn't have electricity or heat. And that's a very real necessity. They were left lost and had lost so much, and their homes were destructed or partially destructed, or there was just so much destruction all around. You soon realize that we were just doing all we could to just try and provide the bare essentials and necessities in life. And suddenly everything that you thought was important isn't nearly as important. When people don't have electricity or water or food or transportation or access to their homes in or out, you realize that they're in a very, very bad spot and that they need help in any way they can get it. Keep in mind, I showed up 1 month to the day after Hurricane Helene had hit. I realized there was no one else to do it. And it was just going to be us or no one. They were just doing all they could on their own. And that's what I walked into and realized I was in the middle of. The only thing that matters is trying to help your fellow human and trying to help the person next to you. And doing all you can to just help them survive or rebuild or do anything you can. Because everywhere you look, it's just destruction and heartbreak and sorrow. All you want to do is just try and help everyone. And it's so overwhelming. It was a lot to take in at first. But as I looked around camp, I also noticed all the extreme care and compassion of all those that were helping. Everybody helped to lift each other up, and you could feel the immense amount of love from every person that was there in camp. And then I realized how efficient and awesome the place truly was. Upon entering, there was always somebody at the gate ready to help guide you and direct you on where you need to go. From there, you would look around and see all the spots for camping, and you'd see a mass amount of tents and volunteers just staying in tents and pushing as hard as they can to do whatever they can to try and help. And seeing that alone really makes you understand the depths of how much these people care. They give up their whole lives and everything they have going on to come out and not even get paid and live in a tent just so they can help other people. It was a beautiful thing to witness. From there, you look around camp and you see 10 large tents. And each one of the tents has some kind of major operation going on inside. Some of these tents are military type tents that were used for medic tents in the military at some point, and they have dividers where you can divide them all off. That was our chow hall, and you could keep that one clean and sanitized and stuff like that. And I think there was another one like that as well. The federal government was nowhere in sight, which was extremely discouraging because you could see all the immense destruction and how badly people needed help. Knowing that people in our own country, on our own soil, desperately needed all the help they could get, and that our federal government was doing nothing about it, was extremely frustrating. But at the same time, it was an inspiration watching volunteers and people with just good and giant hearts come together and do the job of what the federal government should have been doing. I did go to and record the first Yancey County meeting they had after the storm. Everyone was there, including FEMA, the military, and all the local county officials that ran the county. You can find that in my previous videos as well. Local governments were doing all they possibly could. Putting it all as a local government's responsibility is not even feasible. I know how government usually works. Commissioners usually are in charge of the money in the county, and they decide how to disperse the money out into each department. They only have so much of a budget, and that budget directly comes from the taxpayers. And really all local governments are in charge of are the roads. That's the only part of rebuilding that they really have any part of. And even just that one aspect was an insurmountable task to try and take on. They did amazing with what they had. You have to understand that anywhere that water ran at all turned into a major obstacle. Simple runoff ditches that were 1 inch deep and 1 foot wide turned into places that were 10 foot deep and 50 foot wide. The bridge you're looking at was built in 4 days by some amazing volunteers. Without this bridge, the homeowners would have had no access to their home and would have had to crawl down through that river each time. It was like this for every single spot where there was a water runoff at all. And the water took everything in its path in the process. Be it roads, trees, or tragically even homes. It destroyed it all. I saw an estimate the other day of 1,800 landslides, which is heartbreaking to think about. Those landslides went a long way from the tops of the mountains all the way down, and there was a lot of heartbreaking destruction in that entire path. On top of all the landslides coming down the mountains, anywhere water normally ran down in the valleys rose by nearly 30 feet. And the amount of roads and bridges and access to people's driveways and homes is just an impossible amount of work local governments could never conceivably do by themselves, at least in any kind of timely manner. Logically, they'd have to hit the main roads and the side roads and all that stuff is just going to have to wait. And that's where us volunteers are doing all we can to try and help piece back together these communities. And the roads are just one tiny aspect of the countless jobs volunteers are taking on out there. And it's a huge out-of-pocket expense to keep funded and keep going. That's a lot of money that it takes to get donated in order for this all to happen. I want to sincerely thank anyone who has helped donate in any kind of way. You have been an integral part in making this happen. There was also a local fire station that worked with us a lot. From what they said in the meeting, every fire station in the county is a volunteer fire station. They were doing all they could, but they were only a couple guys. Almost all the rebuilding that I seen done in the remote areas where I was at was being done by volunteers or the community members themselves. Everything seemed to be run by private individuals and private organizations. There were a lot of churches all over the country that banded together and sent locals from their community out there to work. It was a beautiful thing to watch communities from all over the United States band together and help out. And there were also larger organizations like Samaritan's Purse and stuff like that, which was a Christian organization. But they didn't stay at Camp Miller. They had their own place to stay. They were just a large, major group taking care of things out there that I seen quite frequently. From talking to people in camp and just making observations from what I'd seen, I'm guessing that somewhere around 80% of the people were religious or spiritual in some kind of way, and most of those were Christian. And once again, from talking to people and looking around, I would say that roughly 30 to 40% of the people were in the military at some point, but they were all volunteers. None of them were sent by the government or getting paid by the government or had any affiliation with any kind of federal government organization. I myself am not religious, nor have I ever served. There were a couple active duty National Guard rolling around for about a week, but there were only 3 or 4 of them, and they didn't do much. They seemed like younger guys and didn't have very many skills to offer yet, and no tools in any kind of way. The only other part that I know of that might have been federal government were the showers, laundry, and bathroom down the road at the church. But besides that, the federal government was absolutely nowhere to be seen. And all the work being done besides the homeowners themselves was being 100% done by volunteers. The Red Cross would come and serve meals, which was amazing. That was always a grateful thing that we had going on there. But it was pretty hit and miss. Most of the food that was being cooked and taken care of was all by private individuals and organizations. Whether it's just like a church from Pennsylvania or the local couple, Jody and Liz from Spruce Pine, that helped take care of us so much. They put so much work in. No matter what, there was always a meal being served every day at every time. And they somehow managed to pull it off. It was just a community effort, and there was always somebody there to fill a gap. And they were not only feeding the people there at camp, they were help feeding all the people at Pensacola. And anybody who needed a meal, their door was always open for anyone. I got to hear some incredible stories sitting with people of the community and eating breakfast or eating meals with them. I don't know how it worked or how it came to be every single time, but it was. And it was a great thing for me because I showed up just ready to work. I didn't have any money to my name, and I was depending on the ability to be able to eat and have my fuel covered if I used my truck. And besides that, I knew I had 2 hands and was willing to work for as long as I possibly could. Somebody being able to provide a meal, every meal enabled me to stay there and work like I did. And if it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have been able to stay 31 days like I was. And I'm forever grateful to everyone involved to help make that a reality. So continuing looking around the camp, and the next tent you go to is the information tent. And the people working in that tent, I honestly feel have the most stressful job out of everyone in camp, simply because it's almost an impossible job to do. You have to think about what their job has been tasked with. They are the mediators between everyone doing all the work and the community. So what they have is an ever-changing world of destruction that they're trying to fix and deal with. To their credit, they have an amazing setup. They set up computers and started a way to keep track of the jobs. They send out people to do recon and figure out what jobs need done or still are ongoing. They encourage volunteers and the people doing the work to come in and report and give updates on the work they did. People needing help in the community go to that tent and get put on the list, and they're the point of contact for the volunteers, and they're just the middlemen in all of it. Volunteers have the choice to decide to either go out into the community and try and find their own work, which takes a lot of time, or they can just rely on the information tent. You got to imagine how impossible that job is, because they have people coming from out of town that want to work and volunteer. So they have a list of all these jobs. And these jobs change by the moment. You don't know if the neighbor right next to them came and did the job and helped get the tree off their house, or if their cousin from Alabama came up and helped fix their plumbing. So they send volunteers up on the mountain to go to work, and a lot of times it'll take half the day just to get up the mountain. And if the volunteers find out the work's already been done, or it's not what they expected, or they don't have the tools or all the materials, and now they got to come down, and each time they get caught in traffic or whatever, and before you know it, somebody that's came out to work and put a lot of effort into coming out here has wasted their time, and they want to hold them responsible. So that's a huge amount of stress put on them off something that they have no control over. You can't control if a neighbor helps, or some random volunteer drives by, or if someone accidentally gave wrong information. So their job is all but impossible right from the start. And then after that, you got to imagine that if something happens to go wrong and doesn't go perfect, they were the middlemen, and they're just meeting volunteers and stuff for the first time, and volunteers are just trying to help. And sometimes people's good hearts and desire to help might get them in over their head, and they're just trying to do the right thing and help someone that has no other option. But if they accidentally make a mistake, then it creates a whole new scenario of problems. So their job is so insanely hard and stressful. I see that that's the biggest problem of it all. Trying to be a middleman in all of this chaos is impossible. And being responsible for volunteers and for work and for everything is just an insurmountable task to ask of anyone. So I always like trying to come up with solutions to any problems I see. And my solution is I started a Facebook group that connects the volunteers directly to those people that need help and are in need. This way we ensure a volunteer's time is never wasted. I call it North Carolina Volunteer Connection for Hurricane Helene. My next video will go a little more detailed into that. Me and a young man named Ethan are working on a website as well. It's going to hopefully be just like the Facebook page, but with a broader reach. The main concept is that it allows the volunteers to directly connect to those people in need, where they can pick up the phone and call the homeowner and make sure that they still need the work done and get a materials list, and then they can see pictures of the job and even ask for more pictures of anything they may need, and they can make sure where they're going and make the most efficient use of their time. That way the most people possible get help. This also allows volunteers to follow up and let anybody else know that the job has already been taken care of, or their needs have been met and the donations they were needing were found. Obviously, my idea only works if there's internet available. So until the internet is available, it's just having the patience to deal with your point of contact who is dealing with a constantly changing, chaotic situation. But currently, all cell phone service seems restored. And the information tent did many other jobs besides just connecting the workers to the homeowners. They did everything as far as organizing the camp and keeping track of everything and running all that. And if their duties could just be narrowed down to that of running the camp, it would have been so much easier for them and so much less stressful. So that's why I just wanted to try and help out and create that website. But the people running the information tent had a really hard job, and they worked tirelessly to make it happen. And I really appreciate all the hard work that they put in constantly. So moving on to the next tent, it was full of the 3 most essential needs to survive. It was full of generators, grills, and heaters. They were either small buddy heaters or larger propane heaters or even kerosene heaters. And then all the propane tanks you would need to run those items, whether it be large propane tanks or small propane tanks. But that was the place and to get all those essential items. I don't know who donated them and who made that possible, but thank you so much for being able to make that happen. That made a huge difference out there and was a literal life-changing difference for a lot of people out there. Once again, thank you so much for whoever made that possible or whatever group made that possible. You guys are amazing. Moving on down to the next tent, it was actually more of a carport, and it was completely full of bottled water. Just 100% nothing but bottled water, 6 foot high all the way through. The next tent down was originally a gas station, and then eventually we moved it down the road a little bit and we got big tanks that we were able to put in. Mike, he was just an awesome dude that had been there from the start. He was in charge of it all and ran everything. It was his baby, and he really treated it with a lot of respect. I know there was a fuel company that helped sponsor it and help donate, and Mike worked directly with them, and he really made a lot of stuff happen. Mike was a huge contributing factor in helping all those people up there. I know there were days before we got the main tanks where we wouldn't have any funds for fuel, and the gas would be all but gone. And somehow, every time, it always worked out to where we were able to keep it going. And it was a big deal because the people up on the mountains were depending on that fuel to survive and have electricity and heat and all the stuff they needed. We were the only resource for fuel and the ability for them to keep their generators going. There was a point where I had to reach out to my community and even get donations from here. And my community donated a couple $1,000s to help fill those tanks and help keep the fuel going for the community. And it was really a beautiful thing. But that's what that whole station ran on. All the fuel we were going through ran on completely donations, and everyone who helped contribute, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all you guys. We went through a lot. There were days where we went through 700 gallons. Usually it was a couple 200 to 300 gallons a day, but some days there would be surges and it would just be overwhelming. But the camp was still able to provide fuel for everybody's generators and needs up on the mountain, and diesel for the heavy equipment running and doing all the work around. But a huge thanks goes out to Mike for all his hard work making that happen, and everyone that helped contribute and keep that gas station going. Thank you guys so much. So moving on down, the next 4 tents were all supply tents for necessities that people would need personally. There was an amazing couple that were local, and they just were so awesome and worked tirelessly to keep that place going. Madeline, who we all called Mama around the camp, and David, that worked just relentlessly to keep all those organized and everything going down there. Each tent had a different necessity. The first tent was all canned goods and non-perishables along with dog food. From there, moving down to the next tent, it was all basically cosmetics and personal needs and supplies for personal stuff. Toothbrushes, diapers, soap, stuff like that. You know, whatever personal stuff that people may need. The next tent was all clothing and anything that people might need to wear, different sizes, all that kind of stuff. And the final tent down there was a tent of bedding and air mattresses and sleeping bags and stuff like that. And boots. I think there were boots and shoes in that one too. Those 4 tents were all run by Mama and David, and they kept track of everything and showed up every day and ran those. And I really appreciate all the hard work they put in and all the work they did to help everyone. That was pretty much it for the tents. There was a laundry trailer down there for a while where we could go and do our laundry, and it was really convenient to have there in camp. But eventually they ended up moving that out. But there was a shower trailer that was there the entire time, where we could always go and have a nice hot shower, which was awesome, especially on days where you went and mucked out and were covered in mud and nastiness. I mean, you had to have a shower and clean up, and it was so nice to have a hot shower to come back to. And from there, we had porta potties. There were lots of porta potties, and they were always kept nice and clean. They never stunk. It was always a real nice porta potty, and there was a guy that came around and cleaned those every day, who I really appreciate as well. And one final aspect was all the countless volunteers that I watched come in and out of that camp every single day. Sometimes it'd be entire crews of people with a whole bunch of heavy machinery and all kinds of equipment, or other times it would just be a single person that all they had to offer were their 2 hands. But at the end of it all, it was a community effort of everybody working together to make it happen. I don't know how many business owners and trades I saw represented there. I literally saw every trade represented there. Some people had really intense, hard jobs. I think the hardest, most dangerous job out there were the tree guys' job. It was extremely dangerous, and there were people that had been hurt and even killed out there trying to help. No one from our camp, but it was something that had happened in other camps. Kurt, Daniel, and a group of local individuals from here at Lake of the Ozarks went out there and did the intense, hard tree work that needed to be done. They were put in extremely dangerous and difficult situations. Luckily, Kurt is the best of the best and made the most insanely difficult job ever seem simple. And the people that had the hardest job emotionally were the poor search and rescue people. My heart really goes out to those guys and everything they had to witness. Y'all are amazing for doing what you do. But like I said, every trade and every kind of job was represented out there. To every person that came out and put hands on and did work out there and sacrificed in their lives, thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you did. Being in camp was awesome because you got to witness the beauty of humanity and people coming together like brethren to work together for a common goal. But when you went out into the mountains and saw the destruction, it was heartbreaking beyond belief. The devastation and the destruction was just so much, it was overwhelming. The loss of life was immense. Many people lost their lives in that storm, and hearing the stories just broke you down and brought you to tears. The trauma that those poor people had to see was unimaginable. Being caught in that storm and being helpless and trapped while the whole world is coming down around you must be a terrifying feeling. And then the aftermath that they had to endure of realizing they lost friends and loved ones. The lasting trauma that that's going to create is something immense. Something as simple as rain again is a trigger that's going to definitely make people feel a lot of emotions from the trauma that they've had to endure. So there's a lot of unseen damage out here too, but it's a huge amount of damage that's went to the hearts of these people out here, and it's still there nonetheless, and it's still a major, major deal. It's just something that's not being talked about. To think about what those poor people had to endure is absolutely heartbreaking. But one thing I did learn while out here was how incredibly tough and resilient these people are out here. They have been able to pick themselves up and brush themselves off and just keep pushing through. And they work as a community together to make this happen. It's slow and steady, but they are slowly rebuilding and making it happen. And it's an inspiration to watch them push through and persevere. One of the worst parts was realizing that all these people didn't have any insurance on their homes. They didn't have flood insurance in the mountains, and there's no landslide insurance. And from the people I talked to, most of the insurance companies just dropped the people anyway. It didn't matter whether somebody was a multimillionaire and had a $3 million house, or whether somebody just had an RV that was only worth $5,000. If it got washed away or ruined, they were completely out and lost everything. Seeing these poor people lose so much and have no way to be able to regain it back was a truly hopeless feeling. I could only imagine what it was like to be in their shoes. Most of the people only got $750 from FEMA and were completely left out on their own after that. From what I saw, it was only volunteers and neighbors that were rebuilding the communities. The federal government just simply wasn't there and left them high and dry. It was so heartbreaking. It was really hard to wrap your mind around. After being there for a couple weeks, and constantly seeing all the destruction, it really starts to weigh on. There comes a point when you're out there dealing with it to where it almost just burdens you so much that it's more than you can handle. And it feels like the whole weight of the world's on your shoulders, and you just kind of have to work through that and realize that it's not going to be an instant process, that it's going to be a slow building process. But you have to take the mindset of eating an elephant one bite at a time, and you can do it. You have to slowly, steadily plug away and just do anything you can. And what I came to realize is that every day you may be doing a different job. I showed up ready to drive trucks and run equipment and just work really hard. The job was ever changing every day, and I would constantly say it's like a puzzle piece, and I just find my puzzle piece for the day because I never know what I needed to do. And a lot of people would come out thinking they'd do one thing, and lo and behold, the job for the day dictates you need to do something completely different. And the needs of people vary daily, and every day it would be something different, and a different problem would arise or obstacle that we'd have to overcome. And what I learned most out there was patience. I showed up wanting to just work nonstop. Originally I planned to work for 3 days and just work super hard and put as much time in as I could. And I soon realized that the more I rushed, the more things seemed to slow me down. Whether it's road construction or electrical lines or culverts or whatever, your day got slowed down. And it was just the nature of the beast out there. You go to check on a job and all the roads got washed away, so they're constantly rebuilding roads. That is always a struggle. So it was not unheard of to wait an hour in line in traffic. So you're just trying to do something or go grab something real quick. You just need a part, and then you suddenly have to wait an hour each direction for one little thing, and all progress is stopped, and you just have to learn to be patient. Same thing with electrical lines. Since bridges were out, we were having to go through valleys and cross creeks and rivers to get through stuff, and it's just patience was soon a thing that had to be gained, which is really hard when you have every trade trying to work and do things at the same exact time, and everybody's rushing and pushing and rushed on time, and it's just you have to just be ready to take a break and just go at whatever pace life dictates for the moment. Above all, I can say that the greatest experience of it all was working side by side with such amazing people, and with people who cared so much and who were so compassionate. Everybody I worked with just seemed to want to help out, and they were just there to help and to try and do something positive in some kind of way. And it was just such a beautiful thing to watch. If you look on the TV, all you see is division. And they always try and tell us how bad the world is. But you go out there in a situation like that, and people put everything aside and put their lives on hold. It's not just the politics that people weren't talking about. It wasn't just that people were no longer divided and fighting. It was the fact that we worked together and cared and were compassionate about each other and the people and everything. Complete strangers came together and put their arms around each other and just pushed back against the ugliness and the hardness in the world. And they worked to just push and help make something better and to try and help our fellow man. It was really a beautiful thing to watch and be a part of. And it really restored my faith in humanity. It's heartbreaking to see all the destruction and stuff, but this dark cloud has a silver lining, and it brings out the best in people. It gave me a new faith and a new hope in mankind. I was out there at Camp Miller for 31 days. I'm back home in Missouri now. I left just in time to get home for Thanksgiving. Since then, the camp has been moved and downsized. But that doesn't mean that they still don't need help. They still need all the help they can possibly get out there. People are still struggling massively. What we had there on that piece of ground was just a brief moment in history, but it's something that's going to stick with me for the rest of my life. I can't thank Mr. Miller enough for giving us the opportunity to have that camp and for making it all possible. He's the reason we were able to do that, and we're able to help so many people. And from there, I want to give an immense thank you to Brian, who worked tirelessly to make sure the camp was functioning and going. He was definitely the camp's fearless leader. And finally, I want to sincerely thank all the volunteers that just came together and worked and put hands on and left their homes and their families and just came and did all they could to try and help out. There are too many people to list, and I know I'd forget somebody and end up feeling bad. But I thank all of you, every single person involved, from the bottom of my heart. You guys are all amazing, and you're just beautiful, kind souls that I have an immense amount of love for. You guys are great humans, and I appreciate all of you for everything you did. It was just a really miraculous and beautiful thing to watch, and it was a really, really great piece of my life that I'm glad I did, and I'm glad I went and experienced. And that's my story for Camp Miller. I appreciate everybody for following along and keeping up and for listening to my journey. I started this page over 6 months ago, and I try to post a video a day of some kind of positivity or some way to try and help the world somehow. 16 years ago, I had a little boy that was born premature. He was 1 pound even, and unfortunately, he was only here for a little over 5 weeks. I was able to hold him in my arms, and I promised him I'd do all I can to try and help make the world a better place. Through that, I see there's constant problems in the world, and instead of fighting and complaining about the problems, I just simply look for solutions. And then I try to put hands on to make those solutions a reality. After many years, I wrote a book, and this year, 6 months ago, I finally published that book. I'll provide a free copy of it in the description section of this video. I call it A Handbook to Freedom. Originally, it was a Handbook to Freedom and World Peace. I believe that we can achieve peace in this world if we simply have the freedom to do what we want as long as no one is harmed. If someone is harmed, of course let due process take over and hold them accountable and seek justice to the fullest. But if there is no victim, there should be no crime. All we want is the freedom to do our own thing and be left alone. And when we're forced to live by someone else's ways, that's when the conflict and the fighting comes. So I honestly believe that freedom is paramount to peace. My solutions are far from the norm, and I knew it might cause me some heartache. So I went ahead and started this channel, and I called it Butterfield Unleashed because I was no longer holding back. And because it was just me and my dog, and I knew we'd probably be doing some traveling. I was literally going to put my whole life on the line and just put it all out there. I want to try and create positivity and something good for the world. And through that, it led me to this journey where I am right now and this whole adventure that I just went on. You can go through my YouTube page and see my journeys and see everything I've done so far in the last 6 months. It's been a really heavy and intense ride. I do a wide variety of stuff on this page, from talking philosophy or telling weekly funny stories from my life to giving away weekly inventions, all in the hope to get other inventors to open source their energy inventions. I have an energy invention that I feel will truly change the world and give the power to the people for the first time in history. It uses nothing more than the abundant resource of gravity that is all around us. Imagine hoisting a semi-truck down a cliff by a giant motorcycle chain and having that chain connected to a massive generator. Now multiply that times all the semis going down the mountains every single day, and you'll see that we waste a lot of energy. And that's just the weight of the semis going down mountains, much less all the water from septic plants or drainage ditches. I'll share a link to that in the description section as well. I'm just trying to keep my promise to my son and help the world. I'm not trying to say my ideas are perfect or flawless. I'm just trying to open up the conversation and doing all I can to try and create peace in this world. Ultimately, I'd like to try and have everyone from across the table sit down and work together for solutions. Just have a big open forum to where everyone with different perspectives and different views sits down and openly, peacefully talks for the best solutions we can come up with. I think this is what it's going to take to be able to change the world and create peace. Thanks a lot for everyone following along and keeping up. I love all you guys. Please like and subscribe to keep up with my journeys. Thanks, everyone.